video so we can save bandwidth for everyone and have less potential for crappy audio. Thank you. We are live on YouTube, I see.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday and hump day and early dismissal day.
Good morning.
Please remember, I will be in a conference most of the day, but I will help as I am able to.
Thanks, Brian.
Hank, if you want to go ahead and start recording real quick, I'm going to hop on over and finish up the rest of this
Come and see
through
me.
YouTube.
Can I just hit the record button
Yes, sir.
to the cloud, right?
That is correct.
All is good. Christine, it's all you from here on out.
Well, I'll wait another minute to officially kick us off.
Okay. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Hank. How are you?
I'm doing well, and yourself?
Good. Good to see and hear your voice again.
You as well. Been a while.
It has been. I saw you at the NASD conference here and there, but yeah.
John, I'm going to go ahead and make you a co-host now so I don't forget.
Okay. Thank you, Hank.
And that way, when Christine's ready to pass it on to you, you'll be ready to go.
Good morning, Christine.
All right, John, you're now a co-host.
Thank you.
Christine, I'll monitor the wait list. All right, Christine. It's 8:04.
Christine is on mute. I don't know if she knows that.
Yeah, I'm telling her now to unmute. Or asking her to unmute. There we go.
Am I no longer muted?
Yeah, you're good now.
So the Virginia Department of Education encourages conversations between young people, their families, special education advisory committees, parent resource centers, local school divisions, and throughout communities about the importance and value of inclusive practices and planning activities that will promote the goals of this initiative. So you can refer to Superintendent's Memo 255-205 for a variety of resources to promote and highlight Disability History and Awareness Month in Virginia. The purpose of today's meeting is to conduct the business of the State Special Education Advisory Committee, which is statutorily required to continue our operations. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Improvement Act of 2004 requires that each state establish and maintain a state advisory panel for the purpose of providing policy guidance with respect to special education and related services for children with disabilities in the state. In Virginia, the panel is known as the State Special Education Advisory Committee, or State SEAC. The principal purpose of the State SEAC is to promote the education of children with disabilities. To accomplish this, the State SEAC provides advice and policy guidance to the Virginia Board of Education and the Virginia Department of Education. And our committee has no authority over the Virginia Department of Education or the Board of Education. We serve in an advisory capacity only and work collaboratively with both bodies to serve children with disabilities. So at this time, I would like to take a roll call of the membership. As I call your name alphabetically, please repeat your name and identify the constituency group you represent, as you would do in our face-to-face meetings. So Dr. Danette Allen Bernal.
Hi, I'm Danny Allen Bronaugh, and I am representing the higher education in Central-C.
Meredith.
Good morning. My name is Meredith Barber, and I am the parent rep for Region 5.
Kendra.
Good morning. This is Kendra Belcher. I represent transition for students with disabilities.
Suzanne.
Good morning. My name is Suzanne Bowers. I'm the Executive Director of PTSI, which is the Parent Training and Information Center for the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Delana. I don't know if I saw her come into the meeting space.
She's not
Dr.
there.
Castle.
Good morning. I'm Jeff Castle. I represent the Virginia Association of School Superintendents.
Ann Downing. Did she enter? Mike Garrison.
Mike Garrison, I think I'm District 12.
You are Region 6.
I am Region 6.
Justin.
I'm Justin Gatling, represent Person with Disabilities, Region 2.
Claire.
Hi, I'm Claire Huerta. I'm the Deputy Director of Policy and Legislative Affairs for the Virginia Board for People with Disabilities.
Marguerite.
Hi, I'm Marguerite, Region 1.
Erin. Kelly. Did she enter?
No, she did not.
Okay. Matt,
Matt Luther, Agency Representative, Division of Rehabilitative Services.
Tashu,
Tasha Mason, parent rep for Region 8.
Dr. Pop,
Good morning, Patricia Pop. I'm the state coordinator for the education of homeless children and youth in Virginia. And I also serve as a liaison for educational stability of our students in foster care.
Robert Schwartz, Jill,
Hello, I'm Jill Stowers, and I represent the Virginia Department of Juvenile Justice.
Reagan. I don't believe Reagan joined us this morning. Brian,
Good morning, I'm Brian Sumo, and I represent private schools.
Jones,
Hi, Joan Sumner, parent representative for Region 3.
and Sandy. Did Sandy Thorpe join us this morning?
No, she's not.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all so much. And I want to thank and recognize Hank and Lisa. Thank you for joining us. I believe we've covered the welcome and introduction of standing members. Now I'd like to take a moment to turn the floor over to our two newest members. First, I would like to introduce Danny Bernal to the committee. Danny, would you like to say a few words to the committee members?
Hi, I'm Danny Allen Bronaugh, and I am an associate professor at James Madison University. I currently serve as the interim academic unit head for a unit within the College of Education. And I've also served on the Rockingham County SSEAC committee for a number of years now. Just to give you a little bit of background, my background actually is an SLP and as an early childhood special ed teacher before coming to higher ed. So I'm excited to join the group. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing and welcome to the committee. Next, I'd like to introduce Claire to the committee. Claire, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. My name is Claire Huerta. I am the new Deputy Director of Policy and Legislative Affairs for the Virginia Board for People with Disabilities. I started in September there. Before that, I worked with administration for community living for the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and I oversaw the Protection Advocacy Program. I'm a lawyer as my background, and I have done some special ed work during law school and after, so I'm excited to join this committee.
Wonderful. Thank you, Claire. Well, we're happy to have you joining us in our work. Thank you both for being here on the call. I hope to have the pleasure of meeting you both face-to-face sometime in the near future. You may have noticed during the roll call that I did not call on Damon Garrison. He has had to step out of the role as the parent representative for Region 2. I know I speak for everyone who has served with Damon when I say he will be missed a great deal, and I thank him for his contributions on the state SSEAC and wish him and his family well. His departure, though, makes way for another opening on the state SSEAC, and the Virginia Department of Education put out a request for applications to fill the Region 2 parent representative position, which is posted on their website in the form of a superintendent's memo number 256-20, which was issued the week of October 2nd. And as a reminder, the state SSEAC does not review or receive applications to serve on this committee. So the Virginia Department of Education reviews all applications and then puts them before the Board of Education for their consideration. So at this time, I'm going to call for a motion to approve today's agenda. If you could please state your name before you make or second a motion so it can be accurately captured for the record.
This is Danny Allen Bronaugh, and I motion to accept the agenda for today's meeting.
Thank you, Danny. Is there a second?
This is Pat Pop. I second.
Thank you, Pat. Bob. Any discussion? I'll call the roll again for the voting members. Please say aye or nay to approve today's agenda. Dr. Brunel,
Aye.
Meredith Barber,
Aye.
Kendra Belcher,
Aye.
Delana Curry, Dr. Castle,
Aye.
Ann Downing, Mike Garrison,
Aye.
Justin Gatling,
Aye.
Marguerite,
Aye.
Aaron Kelly's not here, Matt Luther,
Aye.
Tashu Mason,
Aye.
Dr. Pop,
Aye.
Robert Schwartz, Jill Sowers,
Aye.
Brian Sumo,
Aye.
Joan Sumner,
Aye.
Sandy Thorpe.
Aye.
The chair votes aye, and the motion carries for today's agenda to be approved. Okay, so when we met back in July, we worked on compiling the annual report for the Board of Education. I will quickly go through the presentation that Jill and I presented to the board during their September meeting so you can see what our collaborative efforts were able to produce. To start things off, we reviewed who we are and why we serve. We shared the findings that came out of public comment and constituency reports. We highlighted just a handful of presentations. We commended everyone for their work, initiatives, and continued partnerships before we made our recommendations. This was the first recommendation, the second recommendation, and the final two recommendations. So the response was positive, and the board thanked us for our hard work. They did not have any questions for us after we concluded, and to my knowledge, they felt the report was comprehensive and well done. Jill or Hank, do you have anything you would like to add?
This
No,
is Jill. No.
Dr. Hollins did pass on to me, and I think I shared it with you already, that the board was very pleased, and that was why they had no questions at the meeting, and there has been no follow-up questions or requests from the board since the report was provided.
Great. So the full written report is available on VDOE's State SEAC webpage, and you can view the presentation in its entirety on the YouTube channel. It's tucked away neatly on the video from September 17th, 2020 board business meeting, but you'll have to advance to hour 3 and 14 minutes to reach our presentation. So given that today's meeting is a training and an orientation for the state SEAC, I thought it would be helpful to provide a 10-cent tutorial to discuss the role of the local SEAC. The question received most often, what is the role of the local SEAC? First, let me tell you why there is a local SEAC. Pretty simple, because it is required by the regulations governing special education programs for children with disabilities in Virginia, which can be found on page 72 and 73 of the Purple Book. What does a local SEAC do? It advises the local school board. The regulatory requirement is that a SEAC member be appointed by the school board. Who can serve on the local SEAC? The membership has 3 requirements that include parents of children with disabilities or individuals with disabilities, 1 teacher, 1 division personnel, and division personnel or consultants. I'll skip over how so I can address the where. Public notice shall be published annually. It doesn't specify where, that is up to the division, but it could be done at the school board office, on the division website, or through social media. And there has to be a way for the interested parties to express the views, which is usually done through public comment. When does the local SEAC meet? Well, it must meet 4 times in a school year and be open to the public. How does the local SEAC function? Well, I hope. Here's how, in a few words. It advises, which I cannot stress enough, and it participates in the development of priorities. It can make recommendations, and what is often overlooked is interpreting the plans, or really helping to get the word out about the meeting, about meeting the needs of children with disabilities to the community. The local SEAC can review policies and procedures, but the local SEAC must participate in the review of the school division's annual plan. And VDOE has an entire web page dedicated to local special education advisory committees. It contains a SEAC guide, which I believe is being revised, but it also includes sample forms, tools, and worksheets that can be utilized. Local collaboration is so important, and the local SEAC should work collaboratively with the special education department of the division and the school board. And the local SEAC is a conduit of information which has no authority over another because its purpose is to advise. In that same manner, the state SEAC works collaboratively with the Department of Education and the Board of Education, and our role is to advise. So I've put up a map to show everyone the 8 superintendents' regions. It's important for the local SEAC members to know what region they're in so they can connect with the parent representative of their region on the state SEAC. Each representative on the state SEAC prepares and provides a constituency report, which is compiled with the information that is collected from local SEACs and constituents in their region. So when the state SEAC identifies common themes, it can make recommendations that lead to systemic change. So if there are staff shortages or even funding shortages, the local SEAC can and should speak to their local school board. But it doesn't stop there. Take it to the county or city board and educate them on the importance of providing funding to serve students with disabilities. Be engaged collaboratively. When you identify a problem, offer a solution. It only helps to improve the outcomes for students with disabilities, and that is why we are called to serve in this capacity. Typically, I would open the floor up for questions, but I said this would be a 10-cent tutorial. So without any further ado, I'm now going to turn this orientation to Mr. John Copenhaver. He is the Executive Director at the Center for Technical Assistance for Excellence in Special Education, Division of the Center for Persons with Disabilities out of Utah State University. So welcome, Mr. Copenhaver.
Well, thank you, Christine. It's great to be here with you. Actually, my presentation is being delivered. We have a system here at Utah State University that everything needs to be vetted, and I didn't think I was going to be on for about a half hour. So it is currently on its way, but I do have a number of things that I can talk about before I get the PowerPoint up. So, but it's really, really great to be with you today. It's still quite early back here. I'm in a place, little city called Logan, Utah. We're right on the border of Idaho and Utah, and it's about 6:25 here. So it's a little bit earlier and still kind of getting my thoughts organized, but I am privileged to be with you here today. I want to thank Christine. Christine and I have had several exchanges with email just to kind of make sure that I address the needs that you have here today. I believe, is Jill the vice chair? Did I hear?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
This is Jill.
Jill, thank you for having me as well. And Marguerite, I think you're the secretary. And
That's correct.
it
Thanks.
sounds like you had an active responsibility in putting together the annual report. So that's wonderful. Until I get my PowerPoint up, let me talk a little bit more about myself and where I'm from, and kind of go from there. Yeah, my person is here with my presentation, so I'll have her put me up here real quick. So. Okay, everyone. Can everyone see that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Okay, that's always the biggest challenge, is just to make sure the technology is up and running. And again, I appreciate being here. And, I wanted to obviously thank Hank. Hank and I have known each other since way back in 2017, I believe I was there last. But I really appreciate him. I actually went on, I Googled Hank's name, and a number of trainings, Hank, that you had done over the years, especially at the local level, came up. And so, if you can believe it, I sat through about an hour presentation you did on local advisory committees in Virginia, but you did a great job, and it really helped me a little bit as far as kind of the unique nature in Virginia. Not all states have local committees, a number do, and that's certainly part of your system, and I really like that because it really gets the local people involved. So and then Samantha Hollins, of course, your good state director. I've known Samantha for a number of years, and she is really a quality person. I think the last time I was there, John Eisenberg, in fact, I know John was there. In my mind's eye, I can see where he was sitting on that day. And like all state directors, he was very busy, but very engaged in the orientation as well. So anyway, and Lisa, thank you again. I heard your name mentioned. So anyway, just a little bit more about me. I'm part of an organization called TACE, and that's the Center for Technical Assistance for Excellence in Special Education. We're here at Utah State University. We're part of the College of Education and Human Services. And then within the College of Education, there's an organization called the Center for Persons with Disabilities. And that's quite a big center. And it's been around for about 45 years now. And we provide technical assistance and professional development in special education. I believe last year we were in 49 states and 5 countries, and but we have, I think, about 187 projects and centers, and one of those are TACE. And TACE has actually been around for about 35 years. And I haven't been here that long, but before I came here, I was a special education teacher. I've taught at the elementary, the middle school, the high school level. I've been a school psychologist. I was a school district special ed director. And then at one time I served as a special education cooperative director. And in that particular state, cooperatives are made up of smaller districts. I had about 18 different school districts that I was responsible for. And so, you know, to me, that was, I really enjoyed that part of my special education journey, being at the local level and working with parents and children and youth with disabilities. So I always cherish that and still have a lot of connections that way. I came here to Utah State University and actually became the director of what then was called the Mountain Plains Regional Resource Center. And that was a regional center serving 11 states, technical assistance in special education. It was a OSEP, the Office of Special Education Programs funded center. Hank, you might have remembered the RCs, but we had the Mountain Plains and there were 5 other RCs. And about 6 years ago, I guess, OSEP decided to move to a different model of providing TA to states. And so they created a national center, the National Center for Systemic Improvement, and that's operated out of West Ed. And so they serve really the whole country, and they do a great job. And we try to collaborate with them as we can. So, but anyway, after the Mountain Plains Regional Resource Center went away, then we created TACE because there were so many other things that states needed that OSEP centers were not at that time providing. One thing we try to do is not duplicate the efforts of OSEP centers, but try to do those things that states need, but there's no technical assistance available to them. And this is one of those activities. A number of years ago, I actually became very interested. I soon found out that if I wanted to really be at the level where change occurred, I needed to do 2 things. Number one, associate myself with state directors of special education, because that's really where it's happening, especially at the state level. And then also become involved with state special education advisory committees, because as I attended those meetings, I soon realized that really this is where the rubber hits the road and recommendations and suggestions can be made. And so actually early on, I worked with the Office of Special Education Programs, and we used to have a pre-session at the OSEP leadership meeting every year. And I would put that session on, and committee members would come and we would train them there. And then we created an organization that was more national, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. There is now webinars and resources available for committee members under Part B of the law, and interagency coordinating councils under Part C of the law. And so there's webinars every quarter. We just had one actually last week, and it was on this topic of orientation. And so I have the privilege of working with OSEP staff members, as well as there's representation from parent training centers, early childhood, again, the National Center for Systemic Improvement. But for those of you, some of you might know of that resource. Hank, I'm sure, knows of that resource. So anyway, that's me. I have a dear wife that is a second grade teacher and is just a wonderful teacher. I have a daughter that's a special education teacher. And so I have a daughter that's a nurse, and she works kind of indirectly in education as well. So our family is very much educators, and love this work, and especially associating with good people like you. As you went around and introduced yourself, I just always kind of get a little chill up my spine thinking I'm in the presence of all of these good people in Virginia that are doing amazing work. So first of all, I want to thank each of you for participating today and being part of this training. And secondly, all you do for children and youth with disabilities in the state of Virginia. I'm going to, okay. Let's see. So again, thank you very much. We're going to review the agenda and the materials in just a few minutes, but I just, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. This is a little bit more about TACE as an organization, and we could go through all of this, but what we're doing today is we have this Center on Special Education Advisory Panels or committees. We also work with interagency coordinating councils under Part C and do a lot of orientations and trainings. I probably do about 20 or 25 of these a year, and especially in September and October. That's normally when committees and ICCs under Part C do their annual trainings. So most of the projects that we do bring states together. And so instead of individual states doing things separately, we bring states together. And it just makes it a lot easier for states. And it's a great way of bringing states together to collaborate on common issues. We have a project called WebAIM. It's really works internationally, and it's all about accessibility of websites and digital platforms. And they really work in education, they work in business, they work internationally. And so WebAIM is really, it's good to have them with us, because a lot of the materials that we put out, we just need to make sure they're accessible for individuals with disabilities. And then the last, I'm just trying to think, another center here I might highlight. We have Task 12. Task 12 is all about educational interpreters. And so we work, I believe we're in about 14 states now, where our team on Task 12 go out and they assess the skills of educational sign language interpreters, and they use the EIPA Education Interpreter Performance Assessment, which is a norm for this group. It was developed and it's housed now at Boys Town Boys Town Research Hospital in Omaha, Nebraska. But we provide assessments. A score is established. Every interpreter needs to meet a certain criteria in every state. If they don't meet that criteria, then we also provide training and mentoring for interpreters. So that's just another service. All of the states on the perimeter of this slide are states that we're currently working in. We have a really close relationship with the National Association of State Directors of Special Education. And again, your former state director, John Eisenberg, I was actually on a call with him this week and stay in contact with him. And he's doing great things right now at NASD. And then, of course, we try to stay very close with the Office of Special Education Programs. This center up here, CIFER, Center for IDA Fiscal Reporting, that is an OSEP center, and we're a partner in that center with WestEd. And so we have staff members here that are part of that team. So that's a little bit more about, that's probably a lot more than you wanted to know about me or TACE, but I thought it was good for you to kind of understand who your presenter is and where your presenter is from. A number of years ago, Hank and I connected somehow. I can't even remember how now, but I did come out to Richmond. It was October. I looked back at my materials and Christine and I were kind of communicating yesterday, but it was October 4th, 2017. So if it wasn't for COVID-19, we would all be in a room in Richmond face to face, and I miss that. Zoom is fine, and we're real blessed to have this technology, but there's nothing better than being in the room with you and talking and having conversations. So hopefully in the future we'll be able to get back to that. I'm a little selfish that way too. I have a granddaughter that's attending the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, and she is in neuroscience, I believe. She's working on her doctorate degree. But yeah, if I were out there today, I would, after the presentation, I would have been headed over to Charlottesville to see my granddaughter. So that'll have to come at another time as well. As far as the training today, you know, to be on a training on Zoom for 3.5 hours is kind of brutal. It's more brutal for you than it is for me. So, you know, every hour we'll take a 10-minute break. So at 10 o'clock your time, we'll take a break. And then at 11 o'clock your time, we'll take a break. And then we'll finish out till, I believe, 12:30. So that'll kind of give you something to look forward to as far as, you know, getting to get up and stretch. And as far as any questions or comments, my PowerPoint is divided into sections. And so as rather than maybe asking any questions during the presentation, if you could hold those, and then after each section, we'll pause and I'll ask for any questions or comments that you might have. I might not be able to answer everything. If I can't answer, I'll defer to Christine, and maybe Hank would have answers as it pertains to Virginia. So, so that's as far as questions, comments. So before we get into it, let's go ahead and talk about your materials. I think those were sent out to you. As far as the materials, the presentation, just so you know, I'm not an attorney. TACE does not provide legal advice. you know, if any issues come up today, you know, obviously you'll go through, again, Hank or somebody in your legal department to address those issues and come up with answers to those issues. So, you know, you know, the purpose really is orientation. I believe, and Christine, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe about 4 of you might have been at this training back in 2017. So, you know, as you were going down through your roll call today, I was checking the list from 2017 to today, and I believe that, yeah, there's about 4 of you that are still with the committee. So, so that'll be good. I mean, most of you have not heard this. For those few of you that have had, you know, whenever I do an orientation or a training, I usually get people come up after that have been to the training before, and they normally, you know, John, I'm glad I attended because I've learned even more than I did before the first training you gave. So hopefully for you that were with us all in 2017, you'll feel that way as well. So, but yeah, we're here to just provide this orientation. Bottom line is to put everybody on the same page as you move forward. And as we end this 2020 and move into 2021, as you attend these meetings, I hope that after this orientation, you feel a little bit more comfortable on your purpose, membership issues, your functions under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And so we're really going to cover it all. And, you know, again, I want to make another disclaimer. A lot of what I talk about today will be required under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, but a lot of it will be best practice. And so, you know, I have the, you know, the opportunity to be in other states and see how they do this. And so as I see how other states do this, and some of the things that they do are really good and really effective. And so as we go through the next 3 or 4 hours, I'll point out, you know, more best practice. And not to say that you have to do it, but that, you know, it would be something that you might want to consider. After I left you in October of 2017, I took a number of things that you do and I shared those with other states. And I know that there's a number of other states now doing some of the things that you do. And so, you know, it's all about helping each other. So, so anyway, I'll distinguish when we get to a regulation. I'll certainly let you know that, and it's usually on the PowerPoint. If it's more of a best practice, I'll try to remember to say that. As far as the materials that were sent to you, I'll just go through these. I know a number of you are in your homes and you might not have had the opportunity to download and print these out. There's a little brochure that we sent that's called Disability Awareness, People First Language, and we update this every year. I want to credit a person by the name of Katie Snow. Katie was the original author. She lives in Woodland Park, Colorado. But this is all about respectfully addressing individuals with disabilities. And so it's really a user-friendly document. I think it's really important for committee members to, you know, to have that knowledge. And as you're attending and talking at your committee meetings, that you're using appropriate language. Now, as we know, the evolution of our language in special education is changing. And so, you know, this booklet might be current today, but tomorrow there might be a term that changes. But, you know, look at it. Hopefully it'll be helpful for you. If you have any questions about it, certainly talk with Christine or somebody else. I also sent you a little primer on special education. These are just some of the more common, and this booklet is more federal. So it contains just common acronyms, abbreviations, definitions of commonly used special education terms. And so a lot of the material that I covered today will be more along the lines of what's in this booklet. A number of states have taken this and they've added their own state acronyms and abbreviations, and they have one place to go. I'm sure that you're, Suzanne, I know you're the parent training information person out there, and I'm sure that your PTI has similar documents, or even the state. But hopefully that, again, as you're at your committee meetings or you're looking at materials, if you come across something that is not quite clear, yeah, that might be a good resource for you. And, you know, and another disclaimer, there might be some definitions in there that are not entirely consistent, perhaps, in Virginia. And so, you know, just be mindful of that. You have a little booklet that was published by the Office of Special Education Programs a number of years ago. It's about the state performance plan and the annual performance report. And so this is probably, you know, I always look out for a document that does a really nice, user-friendly, parent-friendly way of approaching or defining or explaining the state performance plan and annual performance report. And I think this does a really, really good job. And again, it's from OSEP. But again, I know as I went back and I looked at some of your agendas from previous meetings, I know that you at times talk a lot about the indicators under the annual performance report. But yeah, that'll give you a good idea for you new members especially. And then I also sent you a one-pager that kind of explains in a little bit more detail each one of the 17 indicators in your annual performance report. So that, again, might be a good one that you can have with you or, you know, access. It just goes through and gives you a little bit more information about each one of the indicators. What else do we have here? I gave you a copy of your bylaws. And I always tell new members, if you read nothing else, read your bylaws, because your bylaws really do spell out your day-to-day or your meeting-to-meeting operations and how everything works. And this, your bylaws are connected with your Virginia open meeting requirements. And, you know, your bylaws need to be in sync with or in concert with open meeting requirements. And so anyway, everything that I talk about this morning really is going to relate back to your bylaws. And there'll be certain slides that I'll show you that'll be taken right out of the bylaws. So when we talk about membership, okay, what does it say in the Virginia bylaws? And so that is really an important document. And then just a few other things here. You have a kind of a one-pager on the membership requirements of IDA, and also the functions of the committee under IDA. And so we'll be referring to that document. I gave you a one-pager on advisory. You know, I'm often asked, how does advisory really work? And so a number of years ago, I just kind of conceptualized, in my experience, how advisory committees actually go through the process of providing advice. And so we'll get, you know, I have this on a slide as well. And when we get to that, we'll go through some examples of how advice works, or advisory, or providing suggestions or guidance. And to me, that'll be one of the most important parts of the conversation that we have today. There's also a one pager, and even though this is in your bylaws, it really, it's on page 2 of your bylaws, but it further expands the committee functions in Virginia. And so IDA has, I believe, 7 functions under the law, and Virginia, the Virginia Special Education Advisory Committee, you know, addresses those functions, but your committee opted to add other functions and duties. And so again, those are on page 2. I just made a separate handout for you, because when we get to the you know, the discussion of functions, and that'll probably be one of our most important conversations, because everything that you do has to relate to a function under either the federal or the state rules and regulations. As Christine went through your annual report today, and I was just kind of looking at that, everything that I could see anyway that you addressed related to a function under IDA or Virginia regulation. And then I believe finally, this is kind of a handout or a newsletter. This is that federal group I was talking about that provide webinars quarterly. They also put out a newsletter. And so you can go in, you can actually go in and go to any state and pull down their bylaws or their annual report or their agendas. If you're interested in seeing what other states are doing, it really does connect you nationally. And then it usually addresses an issue, talks about the webinars that are coming up. And again, just last week, there was one on orientation of new members. The next webinar is around authentic stakeholder engagement. And they haven't announced the date on that. I believe it's in either the end of November, into December. But again, you can go on the website. There's a website, and there's just tons of really, really good information that hopefully would benefit you and the Virginia committee. And then you have the agenda that I provided, and you know, those are all of the topics that we'll be talking about and addressing today. And so before I get into it, any questions about materials? Did anybody out there not get materials that, and if not, we can get somebody to send those to you. Okay. Okay, so let's get right into it. You know, first of all, congratulations. I think this is a big deal. It really is. I've mentioned how important the State Advisory Committee is as they deal and influence improving results for children and youth with disabilities. You know, for you new members, you know, take this very seriously, because it is serious. Try to attend all your meetings. Your individual voice is very important. when you're not there, as you went around today, and Christine asked you to identify yourself, I was looking at your list, and every one of you represent a region or a group or an agency in the state of Virginia. And so if you're not there, your whole region is not there, your whole stakeholder group is not there. And so very, very important to attend your meetings. I've actually been at committee meetings where they have not met quorum, and because they did not meet quorum, they could not conduct business. Now, in most open meeting requirements, you're still able to meet and discuss, but you cannot act on business or conduct business. So, I remember one, it was a critical meeting, and they were short one person to make quorum. So, yeah, if you can't make your meeting, reach out to Christine or your other members of the executive committee or Hank, and make sure that they're aware that you will not be there. So also put this on your resume. This is an important thing. I might have told this story when I was there in 2017, but I'll never forget. I always say this as I start a presentation. And I had a person come to me a number of years ago, and she said, "John, I want to thank you. I think you were primarily responsible for me getting my dream job." And I kind of looked at her strange, and I said, "Well, what do you mean?" And she said, "Well, when you were here last, you told us to put this assignment or this appointment on our resume, and I did that." And she said, this job came open that I've always wanted and dreamed of. And so she applied, and there was a lot of people that applied. And the committee, search committee, obviously went through the vitas and the resumes, and they narrowed it down to 2 people they interviewed, and they still were not quite sure who to hire. And so they went back and they looked at the resumes again, and somebody said, "Well, she has been on their state special education advisory committee," and that's a big deal. And so that was kind of the tipping point for her, and she was able to get her job. So you never know, but irregardless, this is something you should be proud of, and document that in your resume. I was with a really high-ranking person at the Office of Special Education Programs a while ago. And this person said, we were talking about the committee, the state committees and the importance of them. And she made this comment: "Never before has there been such an emphasis and support for state advisory committees, promoting the potential role that they can play in improving programs and services for children and youth with disabilities." And so, this is pretty widely held at OSEPT, and this group, and in your case, the Virginia Special Education Advisory Committee, is held in high regard. And just recently, OSEPT has announced a new initiative that perhaps will involve you. And I'll talk a little bit about that later this morning, but stay tuned for that. But anyway, it's not unusual for the Office of Special Education Programs to call a state director and say, "Would you mind running this by your state advisory committee? We just want to get a sense of what people are thinking out there on a particular issue." And so, conceivably that could happen. Samantha could get a call. Sometimes that happens through NASD, where NASD will put out, to the state directors, that OSEP is looking for input on a critical issue, and advisory committees are in a really strategic place because you all represent, that broad stroke stakeholders in the state of Virginia. So you're really at that pivotal place where information can be gathered rather easily. We always talk about this at TASE, and when I interact with state directors, we always try to come down with this phrase or this goal, and that is just to keep the main thing the main thing. And I believe for advisory committees, the main thing is children and youth with disabilities. So as you're sitting and you're listening to presentations, or you're having discussions at the advisory committee, periodically you probably should ask yourself 2 questions. Number one, what does this discussion, or how does this discussion relate to one of our functions under either IDA or Virginia regulations? And secondly, how does it relate to improving services for children and youth with disabilities? So, that's why you're there. It's always been that way since this was put in the law way back in the 70s and 80s. But you're there for the children, and we'll talk even more about that here in a few minutes. A couple of books that I really have made a difference in my life, and these are 2 books that really have a relationship with the advisory committee. The first one is The Man Who Planted Trees. And excuse me. Here in Utah right now, this is kind of a side note and I diverse, we're getting tons of smoke coming up from California, Oregon, and Washington from all of those terrible forest fires. And so if you look out our window, we're surrounded by mountains here, but you can hardly see the mountains because of the smoke. So every once in a while I'll have to take a drink, and if my voice sounds a little hoarse, that's the reason. But anyway, The Man Who Planted Trees is a wonderful story. I'm going to be sending Hank copies for your executive committee. It's about a man that moves into an area of France that is quite barren. It's really not very attractive. It doesn't have a lot of vegetation. At that time, he was a rather young person. But as he was walking around, he made a commitment to himself, and he had a vision that he was going to try to turn this area into a beautiful area. And so he had a job, but he didn't make a lot of money. But when he got paid, he would periodically buy a sack of acorns, and he would plant those, and he'd plant other vegetation and shrubberies. And he did that very slowly, very patiently when he could afford it. He knew that when he planted something, probably a 50% chance it would even germinate. Well, over the period of his life, when he got into his 70s and his 80s, this area had turned in, because of his efforts, this area had turned into a beautiful place. The trees were growing, other vegetation, flowers, animals moved into this area. And actually, it was such a beautiful area that people from all over France would come there just to enjoy the area. So that, the reason I bring this up and this story up is because it just is kind of a testament or a lesson on how one person over time with patience can truly make a difference. And so everybody on the Virginia State Special Education Advisory Committee, you're all individual people with unique talents and experiences and skills. And every one of you, I won't say could, I will say will make a difference because of just who you are. And but yeah, just one idea or one comment at a committee meeting could literally ultimately change things. So, you know, this just points to the importance of the individual. And again, as you went through and identified yourself, you're all individual people, but collectively that comes together into even more power or influence. And that's where this next little book comes into play. It's called Seed Folks. I think this is a relatively newer book. But it's the story of a young girl who lives in this, kind of this huge apartment complex in a more of an inner city environment. And, you know, if I picture it in my mind's eye, it's this huge red brick buildings that come around and form a kind of a hollow square. And in that hollow square, there was an empty area about the size of a basketball court, I guess. And it was just ground with weeds growing. You know, there was nothing there really. And so she decided she was going to go to the hardware store, and she bought a shovel and a hoe and some seeds. And she went down there and she started to clear a certain part of that, a little section of that. And she wanted to create her own little garden. There was water available to water when she needed to do that. And so that was pretty special that she decided to do that, make that a better place. But as she was doing that, other people were looking down from their apartments, and they could see what she was doing. And so they decided, and she left her hoe and shovel, and she left some seeds, and so some other people came down. And, you know, before long, that whole area was planted into a community garden. And so that was wonderful. But the most important outcome of that was as though those people came down and weeded and cared for their little section and watered, they started to talk with each other, and they started to form a community and a neighborhood. And so rather than one individual, all these hundreds of individuals that really didn't know each other in this huge apartment complex, you now had a neighborhood where people were sharing and caring for each other. So just an example again of how, again, one person can make a difference, but bringing a community together. And, you know, the committee, the advisory committee is certainly a community of interested citizens. And this kind of brings me to a quote that I love, and I really have such a deep respect for Margaret Mead, but she really captured it to me totally when she said, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has." And so you are a small group of committed citizens. You're not being paid to do what you're doing other than perhaps your travel expenses, but you know, you're just coming together really for the common good. And the common good in this case are, again, children and youth with disabilities in the state of Virginia. So that's just kind of you know, I just wanted to talk a little bit generally on some of the issues that kind of brings us to this point, I guess, in our presentation. Before I get into and we start talking about the actual purpose, is there any questions, any comments that you would like to offer up right now? Okay, let's.
John, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say I appreciate the fact that you are impressing the importance that our role can play in helping to have an impact on in serving students with disabilities. So I appreciate that a lot of the focus about how we can help, how we can assist. That's just such a key takeaway. And I want to say that I was fortunate to have sat in on your last presentation, and those were the nuggets that stuck with me, and continued to sort of help drive me in the work that I'm helping to do while serving on this committee. And so I appreciate that. I appreciate you. And so I will mute myself once again and let you take the floor.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Christine. And I remember you very well. I remember the other, it's funny, some meetings we go to or events we have in life kind of really make an impression on us. And for whatever reason, when I was in Virginia, that certainly did. And I think one of the main reasons is there were so many committed people there, just really good people that wanted to do the right thing. And I kind of got the sense of that this morning too, as you were introducing yourself. And I've always had such a great respect for I've known a lot of your state directors over the years. And of course, I've had the privilege of meeting Hank and have such a great respect for him and his knowledge. And so, yeah, you're doing good things. I must say, I was kind of thrown back this morning when Christine talked about your annual report, because one thing I always, and we'll talk a little more later about the annual report, but when we get to that, in other states, I normally say, well, how's that annual report coming and is it complete yet? And unfortunately, and it speaks to how busy we are. I'm not criticizing, but it's really unusual at a meeting like this, at this time of year. I believe in your bylaws, it says that your annual report will be due on October 1st, which it's October 7th today. So here you have an annual report. It's done, it's on time, and it's already been shared with the State Board of Education. So a compliment to you guys for that. So, okay, let's just go through purpose. Again, new members, if you ever went on that website that I had, one of the handouts that I gave you, you're going to see these groups and states called different things. In Virginia, you've opted to call yourself a committee. I go to states where it's called a board. I was in a state virtually, of course, first part of the week, and they were a council. In the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, it's called the panel. And so just for you new members, don't get confused. You might hear that word, especially panel, because that is what's in the law. That, you have been given that opportunity as a state to call this group whatever you want. There's a number of other states out there that are also using committee. I like that term committee. To me, it feels more cozy and it speaks as a smaller group of people. But anyway, in your bylaws, when you look at your bylaws, and that's usually the first thing that you see in bylaws is, what are you called? So you're called the Virginia State Special Education Advisory Committee. And so that's what you go by. And that's all very good. Today, this slide is this slide really is a summary of the top section. There is the actual law where all of this is contained, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act in 2004, and then the regulations below. Those are the 5 regulations that if you look in IDA that address special education advisory committees. So certainly today we're going to talk about what it says under each one of these regulations as far as establishment, membership, duties, functions, due process, and that's, you know, your complaint investigation, your due process hearings, et cetera, and waivers. Waiver relates to fiscal issues in special education. So when we get into your functions, we'll talk a little bit more about what that means. For you new member, that's CFR Code of Federal Regulations. So that's kind of the term or the phrase that is used prior to the actual regulation. And really, for the state education agency, for the executive committee, you have all of these puzzle pieces of what comprises or makes a whole advisory committee. And so, you know, ultimately it's about putting all of these puzzle pieces together. You know, you've got to establish a purpose. You have an executive committee, you know, your functions, meeting procedures, your bylaws. You know, it's all about advisory. Your terms, your duties, your annual report, membership, committees, you know, the partnership that you have with the state director. And so, yeah, all of this is very important to create a whole. Okay, so as far as the establishment, you know, this regulation, CFR 300-167, if you go to that, and the purpose of the committee is to provide policy guidance regarding special education and related services for children with disabilities in the state. And so, you know, the key word there for me is guidance. You're there to provide guidance, again, advice, suggestions, you know, that type of a situation. A little bit later, we'll make that distinction between advisory and advocacy, and how that plays out with the committee. When you look at your bylaws under purpose, again, and you know, Christine talked about this morning, but the principal purpose of the committee is to promote the education of children with disabilities. To accomplish this person, the committee will provide advice and policy guidance to the Virginia Board of Education and the Virginia Department of Education. This advice and policy guidance will be based on input from citizens and contingent groups. So it's that last sentence is so very important because you're there again, and we talked about this earlier, you're reaching out to other people in the group that you're representing to try to get their input on critical issues and priorities that the committee is addressing, and bringing that back to the committee for discussion. So, and you know, your purpose is a little different than some states. I mean, your guidance goes right to the Virginia Board of Education. That's not always the case in other states. So that, you know, that's important because ultimately those are the people that make the decisions to make changes. You do that obviously through the Virginia Department of Education. So that's your, you know, that's your kind of your marching orders. And again, we've talked about the importance of your representing a stakeholder group, but just remember that you're there to represent all children and youth with disabilities in the state of Virginia that are IDA eligible. So if you're a parent of a child with a disability, and I've had this happen many times where a parent rep comes to me and they'll say, well, I'm here to represent my child. And I always say, yes, of course you're here to represent your child, but just know that you're also representing all the other children with disabilities in your state. So again, this is a big deal. You're sitting and you're not only representing your stakeholder group, but you're representing all of those wonderful children and youth with disabilities in the state of Virginia. So it's all about the big picture, not only in your stakeholder group, but also who you actually represent. This slide brings me back to that slide about keeping the main thing the main thing. And for you, it's all children. Okay, any comments on your purpose? Okay. Let's talk a little, again, just a little bit more intro things. And I'm certainly not going to go through all of these phrases and acronyms, but I put them up here just to let you know, these are the ones that we will probably talk somewhat about in the course of our time together today. There's certainly ones that are going to come up at your committee meetings. When I went back and I pulled about 5 different sets of meeting minutes for this committee, and certainly a lot of these came up. But again, I'll mention a couple of the, or probably 3. State Education Agency is the Virginia Department of Education, and more specifically, the Special Education Office there. LEA is the local education agency. In most states, that would be the school districts and or charter schools in that state. And then at the federal level, we have the Office of Special Education Programs. And that's the group that Samantha and Hank and other SEA staff communicate with. Again, IDA, another reason I put this up is that when you're at your committee meetings, try to avoid using a phrase or an acronym. Just spell it out. If you're not quite, if somebody does and you're not quite sure what they mean, raise your hand and ask for clarification. But really important not to assume that, many of us work in this world all the time and we kind of understand what these things mean, but there's a lot of people that do not. Part B is what you're all about. Part B of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act is really that part of the law that addresses school-age children. And so you are advising around school-age children. And part of Part B is Section 619 of the law, and that are the toddlers, the 3 to 5-year-olds. And then you have another section of the law, Part C, that the focus is on the birth through 2-year-olds. And there's another advisory council or committee out there in Virginia called the Interagency Coordinating Council. And they have a group of stakeholders that meet like you do, and they advise you. In a lot of states, that agency, for you, it's the State Education Agency, and for a lot of the Part C programs, it's what they call the lead agency. And so they advise the lead agency around issues that pertain to the birth to 2-year-olds. one question, because I want to make sure that this is correct, and this, Christine, this would be for either you or Hank or somebody else, but do you advise around 3-21 or through 21? What is the age range for the Virginia committee?
the end of 21.
Okay, so 3 through 21.
Correct.
Right. So that's important, again, for you new members. You're all about that age level, the toddlers, the 3 to 5s, and then it goes up through age 21. Some states is 18. I am aware of 1 or 2 states where it's 26. So, you know, every state is a little different, but I think the great majority of the states are as Virginia, 3 through 21. So you advise around that age level, and then the Interagency Coordinating Council advises in Virginia around birth through 2 years old. And again, I hate to put you on the spot, Christine, but do you know who the lead agency is in Virginia where ICC is housed?
You know, I had that information. I know that right now all of their terms just expired. Who is it? It's not coming to me at the moment, but I know that Virginia has one. I'll find out real quick.
Yeah, in a lot of states, it's the Department of Health, but it does vary. There are a number of states out there where the Part C program is housed in the Department of Education. But I think a good majority of the 2 programs are separate. But yeah, we'll find that out. I just wanted to bring that up, and later in our training, I always encourage the advisory committee under Part B to have some sort of a relationship with the Interagency Coordinating Council under Part C. And the reason that's important, 2 reasons. Number one, you know, I think one of the goals we should have is to create a seamless system in special education so parents can better navigate those transitions from Part C to Section 619 to Part B. And so, you know, to do that is reason enough. The other reason is there are some issues that they talk about that probably you talk about as well. And I'll just give you one example. The annual performance report indicator, the transition between C services to B services, or that would be a common indicator.
So, John, just real quick, I got the answer is the Virginia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services. So I want to thank my committee members for helping me out with that one.
Oh, that's great. Thank you for sharing that. So, yeah, keep that in mind. And again, we'll talk a little. There's some simple ways that you can connect without causing disruption, I guess, to you know what you're doing as a committee. And when we get to that, it's more of what I've seen in other states and how other states have been able to reach out to that Interagency Coordinating Council and develop kind of a partnership together. Okay. And then finally, final slide on this is just a few other acronyms. you know, the one that I would mention here is the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. That is all about record keeping, confidentiality. FERPA does apply to what you do. And so it's really important as you do your, especially for new members, you know, people need to be familiar with FERPA, what it means and how it applies, how it would apply to you. Just some simple examples is you would never want to mention a child by name or a family by name or a parent or even a school staff member. You know, usually when you're talking and you're having your discussions, you're more talking maybe in hypothetical and you're not divulging personally identifiable information. So, you know, just keep that in mind for you new members as those discussions occur. Okay, you know, just know that there's not a right way or a wrong way of doing this work that you're doing. Every state that I have been in is different. They approach it differently. Every state has its own unique culture and their own unique climate. And the only thing that really is common is that every committee in the country needs to adhere to the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act and state regulations as it relates to committee purpose, membership, and functions. And so everything else is really your discretion. Again, when I was there in 2017, you had a unique culture about yourselves, a climate, which was all good, but it was different than when I was in Illinois or Alabama or wherever it might have been. So you have discretion here, and that's great. And that's what makes you unique to solve the critical issues that you're faced to solve. These advisory committees have really been around since the very beginning. I think when Congress got together and they talked about this, what was once called the Education of All Handicapped Children's Act, you know, they decided, you know, there needs to be a state advisory committee that could advise the Department of Education on improving services for children and youth with disabilities. So, you know, this has always been around. I'm sometimes asked if we ever have a change in the law, do you think the advisory committees might go away? And I always say no. And I, again, that's my opinion, but in all my discussions with people at the Office of Special Education Programs, this is one of those cornerstones of the law to keep parents of children with disabilities, individuals with disabilities, and other groups together, talking and trying to solve the critical issues of the time. And certainly right now is a critical time with COVID-19 and everything that's going on with COVID-19 in relation to the education of children and youth with disabilities. So the very fact that we have 50, really more than 50, because I know the territories, DC, District of Columbia, Bureau of Indian Education, they all have advisory committees as well. So we have all of these advisory committees out there throughout the country working together to try to solve some of the complexities that we're currently dealing with. So without these committees, that would be really hard. So yeah, it's always been around, and as we move forward, it probably will continue to do so. This slide is a very crude org chart for the federal structure. So again, just know that this is not accurate. If the Department of Ed saw this, it probably, but I did the best I could. And I just wanted to kind of show you where you fit in the grand scheme of things. And so we have the U.S. Department of Education at the top. And within that, there's an office called the Office of Special Education and Rehabilitation Services, called OSERS. And so they deal with special education and rehab services, voc rehab. And then within that office, again, we have the Office of Special Education Programs. And the Office of Special Education Programs has a whole host of what we call technical assistance projects or centers. We've mentioned the National Center on Systemic Improvement. I know the Parent Training Information Centers are projects out of OSEP. And so again, your PTI, originates from that structure. But anyway, state directors, state education agency staff can reach out to these technical assistance centers to get information, resources, perhaps technical assistance and professional development. I know a lot of these centers, and they're all good centers, they're all good people, and for the most part, they're free of charge. And so if, Samantha wanted to reach out to one of those, she could certainly do that. That's at the state education agency's discretion or not. But if you go off now to the left, you have the state education agency, which would be the Virginia Department of Education, Special Education Office. And then you have you as the committee, this Special Education Advisory Committee. And so you advise the state education agency, and in your case, ultimately the State Board of Education. And you do that around Part B of the Individuals with Disabilities Act. So you advise around 3 through 21 years. And again, it's all about keeping the main thing, and improving programs and services for you, it's children and youth with disabilities. For the Interagency Coordinating Council, it'd be infants also. So it's all about infants, toddlers, children, and youth with disabilities. So if you see that right side, that's where the lead agency, the Interagency Coordinating Council, they work under Part C of the law, the birth through 2-year-olds, and their focus are the infants. So that's kind of the big picture of where you fit federally. And I'm sure there's probably maybe an org chart in Virginia that would identify kind of where you are in the state structure. So hopefully I didn't confuse you majorly on that one. Okay, we have about 15 more minutes before we'll take our first break. Any questions about the last section that we more talking about your purpose?
John, how often do you see the state advisory committee working in collaboration with the infant and toddler, with the interagency coordinator council?
I would say if I were to put an estimated guess on percent of states, it would probably be about 20 or 25% do. And then probably another 50% know of each other, and they collaborate, when it's appropriate to collaborate. And then there's a number of states, unfortunately, where there's no real connection at all. And so the ones that really are seamless and the easiest, trying to remember what they call these states. I think birth mandate comes to my mind, but an example of a state, Nebraska would be an example of a state where Part C is housed right in with the Department of Education. And so there's this, these people are in offices next to each other, the Part C and the Part B people. They talk to each other, they collaborate with each other, and they somehow connect the Interagency Coordinating Council with the Advisory Committee under Part B. Some states have, I'll mention one other, some states have a common member. And what I mean by that is there's somebody on the Interagency Coordinating Council that is also on the Advisory Committee. And so they report at each meeting what each group is doing since they attend all those meetings. So it's just a way of sharing and collaborating with each other. So sometimes that is the Section 619 coordinator. A lot of states have, and that person deals with the 3 to 5 year olds. Sometimes that person is on both those councils. So every state does this a little differently, and no state is right or wrong about it, but it's one of those under that header of best practices that I talked about early on, because I run into a lot of parents that they have a hard time, and you parents out there, you might be able to comment a little bit, but parents have it's really complicated in some states when kids transition from C to B, Section 619 to school age services, and those transitions in life in the education. And so I think as much as we can make that easier for parents, and this would be one way we could do that for. So so that was a long answer to your question, Christine, but again, a little bit later, we'll give you some really simple ways of doing that. I'm not certainly suggesting that you come together and you meet together and you become one committee. I'm not aware of any state that has ever done that, but just to be knowledgeable about each other. You both have an annual report, so it'd be interesting to have each of you read your own annual reports. And if an issue ever came up that crossed over C and B, it would be really important that you probably gave the same advice rather than different advice on the same issue. So that's another advantage of that communication.
Well, I appreciate that. We talk a lot in our meetings about the importance that transition plays in the work that we do, not just for those kiddos who are transitioning on to secondary education or into employment, but even the little kiddos that are rising up, trying to make that transition as smoothly as possible. So if there is a foreseeable future where we can work collaboratively together, certainly I don't think that this committee would disagree with trying to build that relationship.
That's great. That was very good. Well, this is a short little section on and most of you are very familiar with this, but let's cover this part and then we'll take a little break. But I think it's important for new members, all members really, to have kind of a general feel for special education and the history. And this is a busy slide, and I apologize for that. The little staircase of public laws that you see there, it's a way of illustrating where we started and where we are currently. If that bottom law, very important law, Public Law 8910, was the first really major education law that passed in our country, the Elementary Secondary Education Act, and that survives today. It's been changed and reauthorized many times. It usually changes when we get a new administration in Washington. And so many of you have heard No Child Left Behind, that, you know, it was changed to that at one time. And I think it was changed 2 or 3 or 4 times. And just recently it was changed or reauthorized. Reauthorized means taking a national law, and most national laws are at a time, it's usually between 5 and 10 years, are open to the public for comment and changes made to that law. And so there was this reauthorization, and now it's called the Every Student Succeeds Act. And so many of you have heard that. In Virginia has that, and you know, that is more general education, students at risk, Title I. But the reason that is here, it really became a catalyst for other laws. And when you look at the laws in the mid-70s, especially Public Law 94-142 in the mid-70s, where we had the Education of All Handicapped Children's Act. That was really the first really major law in special education, even though there were others. But again, why did that occur? I always say, and again, this is my opinion, but it was because of those parents out there, the parents that had children with disabilities, and maybe children with really quite severe disabilities that did not have access to a free, appropriate public education. Those children at that time were either excluded altogether, or they were placed in state hospitals, state residential facilities. My first job was at a state residential facility, and I think at that time that I worked there, there were maybe 1,500, 2,000 children, children with real severe disabilities. There was some education provided, but not a lot. And so, you know, in those days, in the 70s and before that, there was really no such thing as a free, appropriate public education for all children. And there was a lot of exclusion going on. And so, you know, I was lucky enough in the 80s to be part of IEP teams where we had this deinstitutionalization. And so, you know, there was that movement to meet as IEP teams and to try to bring as many as those children as possible back to their neighborhood schools. And in the 90s, you see Public Law 101-176. That's when the law changed from the Education of All Handicapped Children's to the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. So again, we're getting into more appropriate term language. And so that was a significant time in the history of special education. And then, you know, if you look over on the left side, there were some other significant things that happened. Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, which is more around civil rights and anti-discrimination, not discriminating based on disability. So when 504 was passed in the mid-70s, coupled with the Education of All Handicapped Children's Act, that was a force to be reckoned with. And then we had our civil rights, you know, during the Kennedy and Johnson administration, and the Civil Rights Act was passed. but 504 added more protections. The early childhood that we've been talking about, the Interagency Coordinating Council, that really occurred in 1986. They added on what they called Part H. And Part H was really the infants. That was, protection was expanded to the birth through 2-year-olds. That was later changed in 1997 to Part C. Why it went from Part H to Part C, I'm not really sure, but it did. And then if we come back to the middle staircase, you can see at the top there, IDA amendments of 2004. So that was the last law for special ed was Public Law 108-446, and that occurred in 2004. And so that's where we're at today. And by the way, when you see that PL, that's public law, the first number on all of these laws was the congressional number. And so in Public Law 108, it was the 108th session of Congress. And during that Congress, this was the 446th bill that passed during that session of Congress. So that's just a little tidbit. But then as we shift over to the right side, those were the major issues that advisory committees talked about during that period of time. And so we had, you know, in those early days, it was all about physical access, actually architecturally designing programs and buildings and school districts in such a way that students with severe disabilities could even physically get in. And that was coupled with 504. If you'd go to section 504, and I think it's subpart C of that law, it's all about physical accessibility. So panels talked about physical access, they talked about parent rights and procedural safeguards. And then as we get up into the 80s and 90s, a lot of discussion about what do we really mean by free appropriate public education, an individualized education program in the least restrictive environment. And as we got into the late 90s and into this century, the conversation started to shift to accountability and to results. And that especially when we had the amendments of 2004, if you all remember, that's when we, the new requirement of a state performance plan and annual performance report. And that all leads to a level of determination for school districts, for charters, for state education agencies. And then Part C, it's, there's a level of determination for the lead agency as well as all the early childhood programs in the state. So it extended accountability to and the mechanism from just an IEP and the student to accountability for every other place in the system. And when that first occurred, and really our focus majorly shifted to that process, and that was good. But later, it really, a light bulb went on that, Congress really did a great thing on creating the system where accountability extends from the state level, right across to the student and the child level. So anyway, just know that if you were on a committee in the 60s and 70s, or more of the 70s, 80s, and even into the 90s, it was more around all those first three issues, and now it's more around accountability and results. Not always. I mean, you're going to talk about other things that might not relate to those two main topics, but certainly a great focus has gone to that area of results. And so again, you know, new committee members, just always, you know, the parent movement. I have such great respect for parents, not only then, but now. And the parent training information centers in the states and what they do, the good work they do. You know, just the evolution of the law, the EHA to the IDA, civil rights and Section 504. You know, again, in our history of our country, at one time, there was a lot of exclusion, institutionalization, and now we've moved way beyond that to all means all. Every child should receive a free, appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. It's all about inclusion. And again, it's all about access and results. And so again, that's where language really has moved things forward. When I was training to become a school psychologist, I still have some of the textbooks that I used, and the terminology at that time was so disrespectful for children. And I used to mention some of the words that we used to refer to children by, and I don't even do that now because it's so offensive. But we've really, again, come a very long way in respectfully addressing individuals with disabilities. Language truly does matter. Are we totally there yet? No, we still have a ways to go, but we're certainly a lot further than we were in the 70s. You know, if you go back to the some of the comments of the original law, you know, there were comments made that, you know, all students, including students with disabilities or children with disabilities, are general education students first. And so as we move forward with our evolution of special education, we need to keep that in mind. You know, I love to go into a school building and see children walking down the hall and, you know, not really knowing, unless there's a visible physical disability, but a lot of those children are special ed, but they're part of the whole and they should feel part of the whole. Special education really was not intended to be a pleasure program, but more support and services to general ed for those that are eligible. Now, we all know that all children cannot always be in general ed, and that's why the concept of a least restrictive environment was created. And so we have children that are, you know, placed in a resource room or a special education program of some sort. But again, as the law says, to the maximum degree possible, we try to educate that child as close to or in general education. But, you know, when I was a special education teacher, and, you know, I've had the privilege of really having some great mentors in my life. And some of those mentors were school principals, school superintendents that really understood what special ed was all about. And I was always told as a special ed teacher, John, you're there to support not only the students that are eligible, but general education. And so we can better incorporate and include students that are being served in special education as being part of general education. If we have time towards the end, I want to maybe tell a story, a true story, and an experience that I had as a special education teacher that really brought this to the forefront for me. And so we've been at this really for 45 years. You know, we've gone from no access for certain children. We've developed these accountability mechanisms that's ultimately brought us to this all means all, and including children to the maximum degree possible. Are we there yet? No, I think there's going to be additional steps to this slide, but we've come a long way. One of my best friends growing up was from Japan, very traditional Japanese family that I dearly loved and I spent a lot of time with. But when me and my good friend Eric would, in those days, I was obviously a lot younger and I was very idealistic, and we would be talking about these grandiose ideas about how we could change society for the best. And his father would come to us and put his arms around us, and he would always say, Eric, John, change takes time. Good change takes time. And, in our culture, change occurs over a 200 or 300 year period. And we were talking about wanting to change right now. But we're not there yet, but we will be. And again, it's because of the parents, individuals with disabilities, and all of these other good people, including yourselves, that are moving forward with change. It used to be all about compliance to the law. And again, that's still important. I always think of compliance as being the baseline, and then we move from there to results and to accountability. And that's where we're at today. And then again, 2004, a lot has happened. I'm not hearing that there will be a reauthorization anytime soon. And the reason I'm not hearing that is because of all of the other issues that our society is currently dealing with. There will be a reauthorization at some time in the future. Personally, I don't think that's going to happen for at least a year, maybe 2 years, because we've got so many other things, including COVID-19, that we're dealing with now. We've got a presidential election. We've got, all kinds of other things that Congress is currently dealing with. So when we get to that point, and when we get to your functions, we'll talk about how, when there is a reauthorization, how you'll be involved with that. And one of your functions actually talks directly to that scenario. So with that, I apologize. I've taken you over the top of the hour a little bit. It's about 5 after right now, a little after 5 after. Could we, Christine, could we take maybe a 10-minute break and then reconvene?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
So if we could have everybody get back or join the meeting again at 10:15, does that sound good, John?
Yeah, 10, 15, 16 in that area, that'd be great.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
John, I sent you a couple of questions in the chat privately. I don't know if you would be willing to address them when we come back, especially about Congress.
Yeah, let's do that first and foremost.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I just want to remind everybody that even during the break, we will be recorded and will be being broadcast live on YouTube. So limit conversations accordingly. Thank you.
We'll get started here in about one to 2 minutes.
If you're ready, John, you're welcome to get started.
Okay. Thank you, Christine. Yeah, let's look at the chats here a little bit. I appreciate being told that sometimes I forget to look. First of all, Pat, you had mentioned when we were having that conversation about Part C that you are a member of both groups. Do you want to comment on that and what your role and responsibilities are with the Virginia ICC? I don't know if Pat's still with us or not.
Sorry, John, I had a phone call I was taking, so I didn't hear
I'm
you.
sorry, I hit you at the wrong time. I noticed in the chat that you had mentioned, first of all, providing that information about where the lead agency is located, and also, did you say that you are also a member of the Virginia ICC?
Yes, there's a requirement in IDEA that the state coordinator participate in both.
That is wonderful. So, Christine, you know, I think Pat offers up that connection then between both groups. So that is great. Thank
And
you.
I'm happy to kind of keep my ears open on both sides for
Mhm.
linkages.
Do they meet quarterly? Is it?
Yes.
Okay. Wonderful. So we have that. Dana, you had mentioned the slide to share. Which slide was that you might be interested
I'm
in?
curious about your one where you did like the history of the laws, like the public laws all the way through.
Okay, great. Let me.
I'm happy to give you my email for you to send it later.
Yeah, I'll send it. Christine, on any of these follow-ups like this, maybe sharing some additional information. Is there a particular person maybe I should, and then you could probably just share that out with others if they'd like it.
Absolutely, I'm happy to help.
Okay. So Dana, I'll send that to Christina, and I are already communicating a little bit on our email. We have our emails together, so I'll follow up with that.
And then I had just asked if you knew of another champion, like obviously Harkin's no longer in Congress. So, you know, with the revisions not having come out since 2004, if there's a new champion that, you know, will be sort of, you know, it's like IDEA is on the forefront of, you know, their agenda or.
Yeah, right now there are a number of congressmen and senators that, you know, their names are not so associated as Harkin was, and I really feel bad he's no longer in office. But yeah, there are those people out there. Again, I'm trying to remember some names, but just know that, yeah, there's people in Congress currently that are very much aware of and pursuing, laws and regulations, not only IDA, but others that pertain to improving lives for individuals with disabilities. So
Perfect.
I know we're kind of anxious right now with November coming up as far as certain offices in the House and the Senate. And there are a number of people that are currently running that are certainly, that's part of their platform. So
Excellent. Thank you.
yeah, probably more information on that later as we get into 2021.
Right.
Is there any other, anything else in the chat that I didn't hit?
There was another question about historic overview in the last 16 years. We do not have any major changes. Before we had changes or accomplishments every decade. What's the reason for that?
Yes, yes. I think that's really a good point. We could go on and talk for quite a while on this issue, but I think there's a number of variables that have led to, not so much as far as federal legislation. I think one of the main issues as far as IDA is because with the advent of the state performance plan and annual performance report and levels of determination, that was truly a major shift in the paradigm as far as, and it's really taken the states a very long time. I think all the states and the lead agencies are doing a pretty good job right now, and we're all moving forward. NOSEP's done a great job, but I think perhaps we're ready to move on. Like I said, I think the major hurdle right now in our country is not so much that people aren't interested in moving the agenda forward. It's just all the other issues that we're dealing with, and mainly COVID has been one of those. So, okay. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about membership. And we'll be getting into this part of the regulation. Again, this is out of the IDA. The committee must consist of members appointed by the governor or any other official authorized under state law to make these appointments. So, either it's going to be the governor or the governor's going to delegate that. And we'll talk a little bit about how Virginia does that. So in your bylaws, the membership of the committee will be composed of persons involved in or concerned with the education of children with disabilities as required by Virginia and federal regulations. And again, these are the membership requirements under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And when you look at this slide, it's all of the areas that I have bolded out were changed in 2004. So prior to 2004, all of these were still requirements, but let's go through these just very briefly. When we had parents of children with disabilities, prior to 2004, that was just open-ended. It was parents of children with disabilities, period. It did not have birth through 26. So that was added, and the reason that was added is because a lot of the parents, in 2004, during that period of time, and apparently there were some comments, public or written comments, when we were going through the reauthorization, that we had parents on advisory committees where their child was older than 26. So I remember examples where there were parents and their child was, maybe in their 30s or even their 40s. And so I think at this time, Congress felt that the parent of a child with a disability had to have a child within that age range, simply because it was more relevant for IDA, and those parents were probably attending IEP meetings, involved with their school and their school special ed program, et cetera. If your child was beyond 26, you weren't doing that. They were more in post-secondary activities. So anyway, we had the change there, and then down below, state reps from child welfare responsible for foster care. So that was added. And then finally, state and local officials that represent homeless children. And, during that period of time, and as we've come up to the current present time, and I know that we have our person on the line that is your state coordinator, I believe, for McKenty-Vento, and is representing children that are experiencing homelessness. Critical issue in our country, and becomes even more critical with COVID-19. So those are the requirements as far as federal and Virginia. Christine, I want to turn it back to you just for a minute, and you had actually summarized this very nicely earlier, but what vacancies do you currently have right now?
So right now it's the parent representative for Region 2, which is why I showed that map. I don't believe we've ever had anybody who served in the role for adult detention centers. So that's a possibility for the future, but the vacancy that's open right now is for the parent representative.
Okay. Okay, and so everybody on the call today, you should be familiar with, and as you introduced yourself, I think all of you now are familiar with the group that you're representing. Just a few little nuances to all of this, and then I want to talk a little bit further about this. This is a slide I think is really important. And as we talk more about diversity and kind of the demographics of a state, members of the committee should be representative of the state population, demographics composed of individuals involved in or concerned with the education of children with disabilities. So that when we look, and this, may be more best practice, but as you look at your committee, and you think of the demographics of Virginia, again, different predominant cultures of Virginia should be represented, rural, urban areas of the state, gender issues, and really we could go on with other demographics, but to the maximum degree possible, when your membership committee meets and talks about vacancies, think of other issues other than just the category itself of membership. Yeah, if that makes sense. That's difficult to do, but you just try to do the very best you can in that regard. You know, the majority of the committee members must be individuals with disabilities and parents of children with disabilities. So 51% of your group needs to be in one of the first two categories. And again, if you go back to the reason for this and you read, one of the most interesting parts of when you read about a law that's been changed, you know, there's a place you can go where you can read comments from the public on why they feel that needed to change. But again, the main reason on this one is who better can advise the state or the Board of Education than children or parents of children with disabilities or individuals with disabilities who are, you know, living this on a day-to-day basis. So that is a part of the regulation in IDA and I'm sure in Virginia as well. In your bylaws, your committee will be appointed by the State Board of Education. The committee members may recommend potential members. And so, Christine, talk a little bit more about this and how, you know, you get a vacancy. What are some ways or strategies that you folks have used to make sure you find somebody that meets that category and is qualified?
So the process is usually that a superintendent's memo will go out that notifies individuals and the public that there's a vacancy on the committee, and then there's an application process that's usually attached with that superintendent's memo. So you'll see the language in the superintendent's memo of the vacancy that they're trying to fill, and then there'll be a separate superintendent's memo that includes the application process. And the application process is fairly simple. You know, I go back to your previous slide where you talked about trying to make sure that we are representative of the entire population. And I don't know that we capture enough information within that application to make sure that we are inclusive of everyone. And so that might be something for us to maybe take a look at in the future. But so once that superintendent's memo goes out, you know, we as members, we receive that notification, and then we're asked with sharing that information out with our constituency groups and, you know, whether it's through social media or what have you, but we try to, you know, help fulfill the request to receive applications, but we don't necessarily, or we don't take part in reviewing the applications as a committee. That's left up to the Virginia Department of Education, and then they move the recommendations up to the Board of Education once an applicant meets the requirements.
And John, I'll add to that when we have a parent representative vacancy, my office will send out the notice and the application to each special education director within that region and ask if they share that with their local SSEAC. And hopefully that gets information into the hands of those that would be probably most qualified to serve on the state SSEAC coming off the local SSEAC. Not that that is any kind of requirement, but certainly would provide somebody with experience that they could bring to the state level. And then also the representative for the region is tasked with and asked to share the information, promote it, talk about what the responsibilities are and so forth. So we kind of
this is
get the word out in
from
quite a
Pete.
few ways.
This is Suzanne from Pizzi. We also make sure that we send that out, especially if it's a parent rep that we are looking for. We will put it out on our Facebook, in our newsletter, and then on social media.
And then, John, we also have a weekly, what we call Gov Delivery email service that reaches almost 15,000 people, and we will put all vacancies out in an email through that service as well. So,
Wow. You guys have some great strategies on getting that out. Yeah, PTI. And, you know, one thing that I wanted to mention about the unique nature of the Virginia system is you have all, and Hank, you just brought it up, and one advantage would be to in recruiting new members for the state committee, but not all states have local committees. Some of the, when I pulled up information, I could not believe the amount of information that was on when you Googled Virginia State Advisory Committees, and then you get into this whole side of local committees, and that's where I saw, I was able to see actually committees meeting and talking, and then Hank was at one of them, you know, orienting them on their responsibilities. But what a wonderful connection. I know that type of a system sometimes gets a little cumbersome to manage, and making sure that they're all knowing what they need to do. But, you know, for the state committee to have that link with the local committees is just an absolute wonderful system. And I know you use that at times, and you get a lot of your information as far as reaching out and, as Hank said, recruiting, et cetera. So, okay, very good. Let's, a few more other issues here on, you know, OSEP put out a letter at one time. And, you know, the question was around membership. And, you know, it addressed two issues. First of all, the issue of age range, and then the issue of that, you know, whenever you get a membership category with an and between it, that means one of each. And so, you know, an example would be state and local officials that represent homeless children. That would be one at the state and one at the local level. Now, in saying that, I'm aware of many committees, and OSEP has actually clarified and said that a particular member of the committee could serve two different responsibilities or membership areas, as long as there's no conflict of interest of any time between those two appointments. So I know that in states, and I might be wrong here in Virginia, but there's not a lot of people out there, especially at the state level, that deal with homeless, you know, in regards to dealing with children experiencing homelessness. I know there's local people that do that. But, you know, there's certain categories that are just really hard to fill. And I'm sure you've experienced that to some degree, but just know when you're doing your membership, remember that and either, you know, if the person can qualify for both and you can justify that, then you're fine. If not, then just make sure you reach out and make sure you have one of each.
So, John, could I ask a quick question since we're talking about looking at the requirements? You know, we talk about the parents of children birth to 26 years. Is there anything in the law that references your state of residency, whether it's you as the individual who would like to serve or your children? Is there, do you know, is there any clarifying statements on that?
In regards to residency, you say?
Correct.
So are you talking about a parent that might not be a citizen of Virginia?
Correct. So say, for instance, the parent isn't a resident, but the student is receiving services in Virginia. And then the flip side of that, an individual is not a resident of Virginia. Is there anything that relates to that?
Yeah, that is a good question. And actually, it has come up in other states. This has been a number of years ago, and I'm not going to definitely give you an answer, but I will tell you that there is guidance from OSEP in regards to that, because the state asked me to ask OSEP about this very issue. I believe it was an issue where the mom and dad were, divorced, but they both had custody, and the dad lived in another state, and he wanted to be part of that advisory committee, but he lived in a different state. And so, Christine, let me go back and try to find that letter, and if I do, I'll send you and copy you, Hank, on that. But I think it has been addressed, but it's been so long, I don't want to comment yet. But I'll try to get you. And Hank, you might know this answer. I don't know.
Well, John, I checked with our policy and our Board of Education rep regarding this specific issue, because we had that situation where the father took a teaching job in another state, but their child was still here in Virginia. And because the regulations state that it must be a parent of a child with a disability, then the child being in Virginia, it did not matter where the parent resided, it's where the child resided.
Right.
Our interpretation and application. Now, subsequently, the child is now moved with the parent. So therefore, that would make that parent ineligible to continue to serve on the SEAC, state SEAC.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, let me,
but if you've got a letter from OSEP that clarifies that further or tells us we're incorrect, then I would certainly like to see and use that if this situation would ever come up again.
You bet. You bet. Let me look for that letter, and I will try to get you a copy. And, if for whatever reason I'm mistaken on the letter, I think it was one of those letters. It wasn't really, it was asked of OSEP, and they said, well, this is what we're not going to issue a letter because it'll take maybe quite a while to get you an answer, but this is, but irregardless, and if I can't find the letter, I'll connect with OSEP. I won't let them know or name Virginia, but I'll just say, I'll just ask them if they have any guidance, and if not, if they would be willing to put something in writing. But yeah, irregardless, I'll get back with you on that issue. That's a good question. Okay. Okay, there's been a couple of times where a state has received a request or an application from a parent that might have a child on a 504 accommodation plan. And so the question has been asked, can that parent be part of a, if they fit a certain required category in IDA. So anyway, we did reach out to OSEP, and they basically said that would really be up to the state and up to the committee to add that as the category of membership, being a parent of a child under a 504 accommodation plan. And basically, they said, if a state wants to add that category, that would be fine. But that parent would not be a voting member. They basically went back and said that this committee is under IDA, And it's intended, part of a good share of the membership is for parents of children with disabilities who are eligible for IDA. So, I'm not aware actually of, not to say there's not a state out there, but I'm not aware of any state in my experience that includes the parent of a child under 504 with an accommodation plan. But again, if they did, it would probably be an ad hoc member. So, yeah, just a little nuance in the membership issue. Again, for you new members, very important for you to reach out into your bylaws, all of these requirements, how members are appointed, resignations, tenure issues are addressed, and we're going to cover a few of those here. But the term for the Virginia committee will be 3 years and may be reappointed for one additional term, except that appointments to fill vacancies other than by expiration of a term shall be for the unexpired terms. To assume the continuity of the committee terms of the membership will be staggered. And so, most states, I'll show you this slide here. Most states have a tenure of 3 years with a maximum of 2 terms. And again, the staggered nature of what your bylaws say, I like that wording because it provides an opportunity for other individuals to be on the committee and offer that new voice, I guess. So, but if we come back here again, 3 years, 1 additional term. There's a number of the required membership that are just really hard to fill because there might only be 1 or 2 people in the state that fill that category. And if that's the case, a lot of those people continue to serve. And just so, there are those exceptions on the hard to fill categories. Now, Christine, do you want to comment on this one at all?
Only that, so for instance, the Region 2 parent representative, so that individual coming on would be completing the term of the previous member whose term was set to expire in 2021. So that person could serve foreseeably for the next, several months, and their official term, their official first term would not begin until July 1 of 21.
Okay.
And we've had members in the past, not very many, but we've had a few members in the past who sat on the committee longer than 6 years because they were filling the unexpired term of the individual prior to them arriving.
Okay. And that makes sense, yeah. Okay, very good. Thank you, Christine. Training and orientation, again, that's what we're doing today. And I think Virginia has always been about this. I think it's just really important that you do some sort of a training or orientation annually for all new members. I sometimes suggest that you include all members, and because it's just good to have a refresher. And again, for you new members, just know that there's veterans out there that you can lean on. Christine, I'm not quite sure if you have any sort of a mentorship type of a model where they can be assigned to more of a seasoned mentor, but just know there are people out there, and your first point of contact would be your executive committee to just say, I just need somebody to help me along in this journey.
Well, we don't currently have one now, but I mean, it's not something that we haven't considered. And I would say that the succession planning, both at the state level and local level, is is so important for maintaining those connections and bringing up the next crew that's going to take this on. So I wouldn't disagree that that's a idea in the right direction.
Yeah. For you new members, if at the end of this training you seem overwhelmed, or you say, why did I volunteer? Just know this is like, we've all had new jobs in our lives, and if you feel a little confused or overwhelmed, that's probably normal. And it'll get better as you get more experience. Some of you that are sitting on this call today will, in the future, probably be the chair, the vice chair of this group, ultimately. But just know that it will take time. I've had many members come to me and say, John, it took me a year, 2 years to really get the feel of what this is all about, and how I can be most effective. But just know that you've got great people on this line today, and people like Christine and others that can help you navigate this new journey that you're embarking on. As far as resources, we've talked a lot about this. For you new members, obviously the bylaws, and that is for first and foremost. Just some familiarity with your open meeting requirements. Every part of state government needs to abide by these, and it just keeps public meetings kind of consistent. And so if you go from one public meeting in one area of government and you go to another public meeting a few days later, they'll kind of feel the same to you, because there was notice, there's an opportunity for public comment. It's the meetings are ran in a certain way, and that supposedly builds trust also in government, that everybody is on the same page, etc. So just a general idea of how things are organized in Virginia, especially in the Department of Education, special ed. Your annual report. Again, I really loved what Christine did today, because especially for you new members, and I would encourage you to read that annual report, because it'll tell you what the committee did last year. And so it'll kind of give you an idea of some of the issues that they dealt with, suggestions they made. There might be some things on there that are carried over to this year that you'll be addressing in concert with the committee. But I think the annual report is a great way of kind of getting a sense of what this group is all about. State education agency information, you're going to see a lot of people from the Virginia Department of Ed Special Ed office come in, give reports. Hank's over this group from the SCA. But I looked at your agenda, and there's a number of people over these next few days, including your state director, that'll be talking to you. Again, acronyms, you have those, your meeting schedule, how you're reimbursed for travel, which right now, if we were normal times, you would have driven long distances to get to this meeting today and reimbursed for those travel expenses. But these are just some of the information sources. There'll be others as you move forward and meet, but these are the main ones. And then again, I'd mentioned this earlier today about this national resource for you. Just know that anybody that serves on a committee under Part B or a council under Part C is welcome to attend. I don't know if there's anybody on the line today that has attended some of these events. All of their webinars have been archived, and so you can go in and look at those. A lot of those webinars are hosted by, or the presenter is a state. And so conceivably, Christine and the other executive committee and Hank might be presenting on a future topic there. But they like, whatever the topic is, they usually have a couple of Part B states and a couple of Part C lead agencies that talk about how they're dealing with whatever the topic is. So anyway. Yeah,
John, I'll say that they have a good orientation on there that, for folks like myself, understanding the role of the state advisory panel and that interagency coordinated council, they have a webinar on there that was very helpful. And I know they just did an orientation for new members as one of their webinars, but I don't think it's yet posted. And I don't know that we received word of that until after the webinar took place, but it's a great resource.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And again, if you're struggling with recruiting members, I know there's a webinar on bylaws, just about anything that you would like to, again, if you're wanting to see other annual reports that have been developed by states, they're out there for you. But again, these are usually held on, not always, but it's usually quarterly, and it's on a Friday afternoon at 1 o'clock Eastern time for an hour. I was on the one on orientation. I believe there are like 60 people on there. There's normally around 100 people that attend these. So, quite a group follows this. Okay. A little bit about Christine and the executive committee again. And we're going to be, well, let's just go to that. There's, in your bylaws, the officers will be a chair, a vice chair, a secretary. Officers will serve a 2-year term and be reelected for one additional 2-year term. Officers have voting privileges. The executive committee will consist of the officers and the immediate past chair and 3 members at large. So that's your executive committee. This is the group that kind of runs and are in charge. Christine, any comments on this?
Well, this is the year that the nominating committee will appoint a whole new slate because we're all coming up on the end of our 2-year terms, or some of our members have left. So we had a member at large who left prior to our July meeting, and that's a vacancy that we will fill hopefully tomorrow. But then after that, when we get into our 3rd meeting, the nominating committee will present a slate of individuals who are interested in serving in the role of chair, vice chair, secretary. And I can say for myself that as I've now served those 2 consecutive terms, I will move into the role of being an ex officio member at large. And so there's a little caveat within our bylaws that speaks to that. And but otherwise, if anybody is interested in taking on the role of chair, vice chair, secretary, and even the members at large, we're going to be seeking out those nominations at the next meeting.
Great. Is there any, I didn't see it, it's not to say it wasn't there, but is there a requirement that one member of the executive committee needs to be a parent or not?
No, it does not indicate that at all.
Okay. And I know, Christine, your parent, And so that is fine. Jill, you're the vice chair. And yeah, your second term as well. But your term ends, it looks like, on June 30th, 2021. Yeah. So, okay, very good. Any other questions? I don't have my chat up. Is there any comments in the chat right now that we need to address?
I don't believe there are, just that I don't know that everybody's in agreement that the feeling of being overwhelmed will take place at the end of this meeting. Some are feeling overwhelmed now.
Okay. Okay. Well, it'll all work out and everything's going to be great. So, well, listen, we're at the top of the hour. We have about an hour and a half left, I believe. But let's, I don't know, Christine, 5-10 minutes, whatever you would like, break here.
How about if we take a 5-minute break, come back? I think if my clock is correct, it's 11:01. Let's come back at 11:06.
Okay, 11:06 it is. We'll be back here in a minute.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, it looks like we're at 11:06, so if you want to get started, John, when you're ready.
Okay, very good. Let's see here. Whoop. Okay. Before we get into this next little section here, again, I'll pause if anybody has any questions, comments, points of clarification before we move on. Okay, the next, we're going to talk a little bit about Samantha Hollins and your state special ed director. None of this section is in regulation, by the way. It's just more best practice or what the state decides they want to do. It's important, you know, I've had the great privilege in my career of working with really most of the state directors across the country, and I have such a great respect for that office. I always tell the directors that they're, to me, frontline workers right now. And, you know, they're essentially over the education of all children with disabilities that are eligible under IDA in the state that they serve. But, you know, in those boxes below are just some of their responsibilities. And I wish we had a little bit more time today. That whole concept of general supervision is huge. It's basically general supervision or special education general supervision is just, you know, what the responsibilities are of a state to implement IDA in your state. When you look at the graphic of what, you know, it's 8 different puzzle pieces, and one is, you know, state performance plan, annual performance report, dispute resolution, IDA regulations. I believe there's about 817 IDA regulations that need to be made sure they're implemented the way they should. It's the monitoring system of the state, you know, just the needs of your school districts, your legislative duties, etc. But anyway, at one time, I don't want to say it was rare, but the turnover of state directors, you know, 10 years ago was relatively low. And now you see state directors, you know, on an average year, there might be 10 or 15 state directors in the country that leave their position. And, you know, one of the reasons for that is just the stress of the job. So the state director has a huge responsibility, and obviously they, as in Virginia, they have a wonderful SEA staff, people like Hank that help move forward and get the things done that needs to be done. And then you throw COVID-19 and other issues like that on top of it, and it's really hard. But anyway, as I look across the states, these are some of the ways that state directors are involved or interact with the committee. They provide relevant and current information to the committee members. And again, they either do that or they do that through other state office staff. They would serve as an ad hoc capacity, a non-voting member. You know, in some states, they assist with the agenda development. They report on topical issues or critical issues at the time. Periodically, they might do a state of special ed report, kind of an annual type of a thing. Reports on the annual performance report, levels of determination, results, driven accountability. And again, it wouldn't always be Samantha, it would be someone else on her staff. Reports to the, or supports the committee in carrying out their functions. There's a budget line item in your state director's budget that supports this committee and provides you the resources that you need to carry on. And then probably one of the most important functions would provide the committee feedback on any advice or suggestions that you might give. And I always tell the directors, you know, this is probably, again, this isn't critical because again, if you provide advice and guidance, you want to know where that's at and where it's going or not going. And so that's a critical function for the state director. Okay, a little bit about just you as an individual member and representing your stakeholder group. Again, and we've talked about this, you're representing your entire stakeholder group and all children and youth with disabilities in the state of Virginia. You know, I'm not going to read this. It's just kind of adds more to what I just said, but very important for you to, whatever the priority or whatever the issues are that you're dealing with in the advisory committee, to try to reach out to those that you're representing to see how they feel about or what their opinion might be on a particular issue. When I was a school district special ed director, I remember the person that represented the local education agencies on the advisory committee in the state that I was at that time. And she would come to all of our, whenever we met, and just let us know, you know, some of the issues that were being addressed at the committee and if we had any thoughts, ideas, or suggestions. So she had a, you know, she had a wonderful way of communicating with, there wasn't that, when I say there wasn't that many of us in the state, there was actually quite a few of us, but we had a mechanism in the state that I was at, we had what we called CASE, the Council on Administrators in Special Education, and that group got together periodically and we talked about some critical issues. So, you know, I'm sure there's mechanisms like that in Virginia in regards to districts. If you're a parent of a child with a disability, again, you just do the very best you can to reach out to other parents. Even if you reached out to one parent or two parents in between meetings around a particular issue, that's one or two more voices than what you might have had before. You know, there could be times where your opinion on a particular issue is different than what maybe the stakeholder group that you're representing, and that's fine. You know, when you come back, you certainly voice the opinion of what you've reached out and gathered, and maybe at the same time you would, you know, represent yourself as far as your own opinion. But just know that there might be times where your opinion might be different. You know, this particular slide is just a representation of how really your you know, your sphere of influence is much greater than you might think. If you picture yourself as that middle circle, and again, you might go to conferences where your stakeholder group is current or present. You come across individuals. You might be involved with other agencies or in your workplace that you come across people. You might be on other boards or committees or professional organizations where your stakeholder group is at. And so those are all opportunities for you to reach out and talk with others. Some committees are using social media to reach out. You need to be very, very careful and cautious when you're using social media. And before I get into that much at all, Christine, are you using social media to reach out right now or not? It really varies.
So as a committee, we do not. That is the responsibility of the Department of Education. So for instance, to let folks know that we were having a meeting, VDOE made an announcement or posted it to their social media so that folks could see it, but it's not something that we do.
Okay. And that's really the case in the majority of the states that I've dealt with. If you ever venture into that area, just again, do it methodically, obviously do it in concert with the Department of Education. States that do this normally put this in their bylaws, and it really does spell out how it should be done and done properly as a committee and not as an individual representing the committee. So
Right. I will say that we get a lot of questions from local SEACs who'd like to utilize social media, and we try to put it back on them that they've got to coordinate that with their local communication, director, and those are local policies. That's not something that the state would give advice on. So whoever is handling the communication for the division is going to be the person that they're going to want to seek guidance from, and not necessarily the state SEAC.
Right. Spot on target. And again, I think most open meeting laws or requirements now would have a section on the use of social media. And so again, not to say that you're moving in that direction, but if you ever do, that would be your main source of information on how to do that. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the whole concept of providing advice. And so again, a committee should be actively involved in meaningful work and provide advice to the state education agency. You should be a working committee. And again, I pulled down your 2019 annual report, and I know you were just kind of showcasing the 220, but as I went back, and I think I went back to another year, but just looking at your annual report, it seems to me anyway that you are a working committee and you are addressing critical issues that pertain to the education of children and youth with disabilities. Again, you serve as advisory to the State Office of Education, in your case to the state superintendent or commissioner, and ultimately to the State Board of Education. All of your advice, you follow the chain of leadership from, the state education agency and the state director on up to your superintendent, commissioner, State Board of Education. It might not always, your advice might not always follow that direction. Let's say there's an issue with the Department of Corrections for whatever reason, and the change needs to go in that area, then the Department of Ed and Department of Corrections obviously would collaborate and work on that. Ultimately, the state board and your state superintendent or commissioner would be aware of that. So, just important to follow chain of command. Again, advise, this whole issue of advisory and advocacy. Advocacy, if you just look in the simple definition, means, to take sides, to support something, to plead your case, your position to favor, position to argue, not necessarily a committee responsibility, but there is a place for advocacy in your committee meetings. And we'll talk about how that plays itself out. But, during the discussions, individual members might take sides, favor a position, support a position on a particular issue. However, in the final analysis, hopefully the committee can come to consensus and provide meaningful advice that leads to positive change for children with disabilities. So, we all have, very strong opinions on certain issues. And so again, as Christine leads discussions, they might come out at you as an individual, and that's okay. And as we go through this process on exercising advisory responsibilities, you'll see where advocacy, at least during the process, does play itself out. And just know that in the state of Virginia, like every state, and when Congress set up this system, there was this balance between advocacy groups and advisory groups. So there are groups in every state, including Virginia, protection and advocacy disability organizations, professional organizations, your Parent Training Information Center obviously advocates on behalf of children with disabilities. And so just know that there are those groups out there that are also working to change the system if the system needs to be changed. And so advocacy is important, and it is carried forth in other ways through other organizations. Advisory is to give advice, to inform, to counsel, to recommend, to suggest, to guide. So that's generally what you're all about. And we'll talk about that. We'll talk a little bit about how that plays out in reality. Committee members should not speak on behalf or represent the committee without the authorization of the full committee. When a committee member is authorized to speak on behalf of the committee, the person must be cleared to identify that they are speaking and are representing the entire committee. So again, individual members, probably inappropriate to attend. You as an individual person could certainly attend the State Board of Education meeting, and you could do that as a private citizen. You would not do that and represent yourself as a member of the committee and speak on behalf of them unless you have been authorized to do that. And usually if that happens, it's going to be your chair, your vice chair, or your state director, perhaps another member of the state education committee or agency. Okay, and so you have a copy of this in your handouts. So let's, I think this is especially helpful for new members. But let's kind of go through this. This again is not in regulation. It's just something that I put together a number of years ago, and just my experience on how I was viewing advisory committees and providing advice and guidance. So, if we start at the top, an issue comes to the forefront of the committee, some sort of a priority. And so, again, your state director might bring that forward. One of you might bring that forward because of what you've heard out there. But all of a sudden it becomes an issue or a priority that probably needs further discussion. The next part of that advisory process is to, we can't make the assumption that whatever the priority might be, that you're all an expert on it. And so, it'd be really, really dangerous to provide advice or suggestions on a topic that you're not familiar with. So the next part of the process would be, maybe Christine is going to ask the special ed office to bring in an expert or somebody that knows about whatever the priority or the issue is that you're dealing with. It might be around seclusion restraint, might be on, mental health issues as it pertains to individuals with disabilities, whatever the topic might be. But, that next part of the process to me is probably, it's just critical. Because what you're doing there is you're building your capacity to be knowledgeable enough about the topic that you can have a discussion about it. And so once you've built that capacity with the committee, then you move forward. And again, Christine is going to lead you in discussion. And that's where you bring in your own individual perspective and experience on whatever the topic might be. That's the area where you might sound as though you're advocating or you're taking more of a advocacy role. But that's okay. I mean, we all, again, have these strong opinions on certain aspects of whatever it might be you're discussing. That's the point also that you're going to bring in the voices of other people that you've reached out to. And again, if it's one person, that's fine. If it's 20 persons or people, that's great as well. But those next two steps is when, again, where you're talking, you're discussing, and you're bringing in experiences, and you're bringing in your knowledge, and you're also bringing in your stakeholders' input. And again, Christine is going to lead you in discussion. It might be Jill if Christine happens not to be there that day. That discussion could be an hour discussion, and you get to the point where you feel that you can provide some advice or suggestions, or that discussion could be a year-long discussion. It really depends on the complexity of the issue. And I mentioned sometimes to committee members, in your tenure, you might be involved with a discussion and, you might tenure out before that's totally resolved and advice can be given. So it really depends on the complexity of the issue, how long that discussion. So ultimately, it would be Christine or Jill's responsibility to bring you to consensus on what advice and suggestions you're going to provide. And so again, you get to that point. There might be times where you might need to invoke Robert's Rules of Order. That doesn't happen very often, but that's why Robert's Rules is there. So if you have to take a vote and use Robert's Rules procedures, that's what you would do. But ultimately, you provide the advice and suggestions. Now that would go initially to the special ed office, again, your state director. And one of three things are going to happen based on that advice and suggestions. Either the special ed office is going to say, we really like everything you're saying here, and this is our strategy to take that forward. The second might be, we like this and we like different parts of what you're saying, and we're not so sure about other things. And so we're going to take those, those few areas that we're comfortable with forward at this time. Or they might just say, we've looked at this, we appreciate what you're saying, but we're probably going to move in a different direction, and this is the reason why. So just know that everything that you advise or suggest is not necessarily going to come to fruition. But, again, in my experience, a good share of it is. But again, that's one of the responsibilities of either the state director or somebody delegated by the state director to either take that forward to whatever level it needs to be taken, or tell you why it's not going to be taken. But let's say it's taken forward, you know, it's taken to your superintendent or commissioner, ultimately to the state board, or maybe again, it goes in a different direction, whatever the issue is, to a different state government agency like voc rehab or juvenile and adult corrections. Whatever the issue is where change has to occur, that would be the direction it would go. But ultimately, hopefully change occurs based on that. And we ultimately have improved services for children with disabilities. Now, just know that that process, again, I've seen it unfold very rapidly, and suggestions are provided and change occurs. And in other cases, again, it takes time. Remember the story I told you about my best friend, and you know, there's just the lesson that I learned about being patient with change, because sometimes it does take a long time. And you know, in the case of special education, like we said earlier, that, you know, where we're at today took 45 years. I'm not suggesting everything's going to take 45 years, but just know that sometimes everything aligns perfectly and change occurs. And I've seen things change almost overnight when the conditions are just perfect. And I think we've all experienced that in our lives in some way, shape, or form. So any questions or comments on that? You know, I'm not certainly saying this is how you need to do it. This is just a way that it can be conceptualized, and you might be doing it in a different way, but getting the same end positive result.
John, I'll just add to that a lot of the presentations, you know, as you were going through and reviewing our annual reports, you'll see that those presentations are often, they come out of what we're hearing from the constituency groups, what we're learning from our state special education director and from public comment. And so when we break into subcommittee, the subcommittee comes forward with their recommendations on presentations that they would like to receive that are outside of the scope of our work that we're responsible for having to see through each time we meet. So, you know, we just most recently had Jay Lark, who came in and did a briefing. You know, we've been studying the Students with Disabilities Discipline data review. That's something that's been ongoing for the past year, and something we'll receive a presentation on tomorrow. But a lot of those presentations come from the recommendations of the committees after they've received information from those various stakeholder groups.
Great. Yeah, you know, every indicator that I've seen is you are following a very methodical approach on getting to that final result. So yeah, that is great. You know, ultimately, all of this ends up probably in your annual report, and Christine went through that this morning. There might be times where you're thinking of writing some sort of a position paper to agency or higher up in the hierarchy of things on a particular issue. But obviously that would be signed off and approved by the entire committee, and you know, again, ultimately your state director. You know, the state director, this wording was not really correct, but you know, your state director is ultimately at times reaching out to you to provide advice or bringing to you issues that she would want your opinion on. And we've talked about this, just, again, chain of command. a lot of committees, I've sat in a lot of committee meetings where people are making some really nice suggestions about certain things, and then it kind of gets lost. So, I know a couple of committees where the executive committee gets together and they just summarize in maybe one page what advice and recommendations were made during that meeting. And then they use that ultimately too as material for their final report. Okay, this is probably one of the most important parts of what we need to talk about today, and that are your functions under IDA. And so let's talk about each one of those and see if you have any questions about anything here. But, when I look at IDA, there's 7 functions that are listed. And there's a couple of those functions that are in other parts of IDA. So there's sometimes missed by committees. But all activities should relate to one or more of these functions. And again, the first one, and again, these are in I checked your bylaws, and all of these first few are listed in your bylaws. But to me, and again, this is my own opinion, but this is probably your most important function, and that is to advise the state education agency of unmet needs within the state regarding the education of children with disabilities. So if there's an unmet need out there, that usually equates to maybe certain children not receiving a free, appropriate public education. So if there's any of those unmet needs, these become quite critical for you to address and try to get to the point where you're providing some advice or suggestions around it. A couple that came to mind, in my own experiences, I remember being at a committee meeting a number of years ago, and they were looking at their dispute resolution data, their mediation, complaint investigation, due process hearing. And there was a disproportionate amount of complaints and due process that were around working with children with autism. And so I was really proud of that committee, because rather than them jumping to the conclusion that there was a systemic problem, they asked the state if they would look at other data. Their monitoring data was a great source of information to see if they were uncovering some issues in regards to working with children with autism. And this committee came up with actually 4 or 5 sources of data that clearly indicated that there might be a systemic problem. They studied that, they reached out to their stakeholders, and they ultimately came back with the suggestion to the state that there be statewide training for general educators, special educators, on effective practices around working with children with autism. That took about a year. The state agreed with that recommendation. They put together a wonderful training program. That took about a year, though, to do. The next year, they looked at their data again, and they could clearly see that things were improving as far as working with children with autism. And there were less complaints, less due process, less findings during monitoring. And so that was an example of an unmet need. The committee looked at it. They didn't jump to any, major conclusions initially, but ultimately came to that decision, took it on, made a suggestion, and things changed. The second example was actually the person on this committee that served as the juvenile and adult correctional representative. And as he sat through committee meetings, he came to the conclusion that they were really not doing what they needed to do for IDA eligible juvenile or adult people that were placed in correctional facilities. And so he actually brought that up at one of the committee meetings. The state director ultimately connected with the person in corrections. They talked about it, they worked together, and they actually greatly improved that system on when students are incarcerated, either in juvenile or adult correctional facilities, that the services are provided in, an appropriate way. So that was actually an example of an individual committee member that spoke up, and things changed based on that. Now we have COVID-19 and how that's impacting FAPE, or free appropriate public education. I just put that there because and again, this is again my opinion, that anything or a lot of the things relating to COVID and how it's impacting children with disabilities probably would fit under the unmet needs of that, of your functions. So anyway, number one, very important. Again, as I read your annual report, and you've dealt with a lot of issues of unmet needs, and done a great job in providing advice. Number two is to comment publicly on any rules or regulations proposed by the state regarding the education of children with disabilities. This will come into play if we ever get a reauthorization of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. That's normally a fairly long process. There's, OSEP will set up public meetings for input. They'll solicit written comments. Reauthorization normally means you put that law out there and the public comments on what's working about the law and what needs to change. And then ultimately, the U.S. Department of Education, OSEP, decides how they want to change the law. But let's say we get that, the law is changed, then OSEP then would create new federal regulations to be in concert with the law. And that, again, that process is, takes a year or more. Once we get new federal regulations, then states need to change their state regulations to be in concert with the federal regulations. And so at that point in the process, you would become involved, because you would probably be brought drafts of the new state regulations, and you would be able to look at those, comment on them, suggest changes, whatever you decide to do at that point. So that's where this comes into play. Or let's say Virginia decides to create a new policy or procedure in regards to IDA eligible or students with disabilities. Then that again would have to be brought before you for comment. And I'm not sure if that's actually happened in Virginia, but it's happened in other states. Most recently around things like seclusion and restraint and those types of issues. So anyway, you're right at the front lines in regards to new state policies, procedures, and regulations. Number three is the one that's probably gained the most attention since 2004. And that is to advise the state in developing evaluations and reporting on data to the Secretary. And in this case, it means the Secretary of Education, U.S. Department of Education, under Section 618 of the Act. And what that means, Section 618 of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act is that part of the law that has to do with data and what each state education agency needs to collect and report to the Secretary of Education. So in 2004, when we had that new requirement of the state performance plan and annual performance report, then data requirements escalated greatly for states and really for school districts as well. And so state advisory committees became very involved with their annual performance report. And usually what happens here is every February, the state needs to submit their annual performance report to OSEP. And so usually in November, December, maybe even first part of January, the special ed office would bring in and they would kind of lay out for the committee the data that they've recently collected and whether that data has helped them meet their target for that indicator. And so if let's say the data is going in the wrong direction and they're not meeting their targets, or they're maybe just sustaining, but they're not improving, that might be a point where the committee would offer up maybe some other improvement strategies to help that data go in the right direction. Or if the state ultimately decides to set a target, a different target, either up or down, then maybe the committee would be asked for recommendations on what that target should be. So, you know, again, I'm sure the committee, Christine, do you want to comment on the committee's involvement with the indicators under the annual performance report? Is that something that you're doing?
We did it more recently this, I want to say in April, where we commented publicly as a committee, as a subcommittee.
Okay. Very good. And again, this all started in 2004. I think the involvement with the committees were really, really high. They've kind of evened off as we've gotten into the more recent years, but certainly the special ed office will periodically bring you in a report on various indicators. And especially, you know, this is really high stakes, as most of you know, because ultimately that data that's submitted to OSEP ultimately leads to one of your level of determination as a state. And for those of you that are in school districts, every school district or charter school is put under one of the four, you know, either you're meeting requirements, you're needing assistance, you're needing intervention, or you're needing substantial intervention. And so, you know, I think it's important for the committee to know what the current level of determination is for the state. And if there's anything that you can do to give them advice or suggestions to improve that on that level of determination. So anyway, number 3 has obviously become very, since 2004, is one where there's a lot of activity. Number 4 is to advise the state in developing corrective action plans to identify that were identified as a result of federal monitoring. Now, just recently, you know, there was a time where I remember that OSEP would visit a state, you know, maybe every 3 to 5 years. They would spend, you know, anywhere from 3 to 5 days in that state. They might even go out to school districts. I remember there was a time when they were in the state that they would want to have some time with the state special ed advisory committee. And I remember being part of some of those meetings. That kind of went away over the years, and OSEP has actually done a lot of their monitoring virtually through looking at data, you know, looking at reports, looking at dispute resolution and what's happening in that area. But just recently, OSEP has announced that they are going to be putting together, implementing a new, I think the DM is a differentiated monitoring process. And so the plan is that they will try to get out to every state in the country physically, no more than a 5-year period, and maybe in some cases within 3 years. So right now they're putting together different cohorts for the next 3 or 5 years, and so many states are going to be in each cohort, and the state director will be notified of that. There'll be pre-site preparation, there'll be an on-site visit, and then there'll be post-site activities. So the way I understand it, and Hanks, you can certainly chime in here, but ultimately there will be a final report based on that on-site visit. And if there are non-compliance areas in the state of Virginia, then this is where this function would kick in. You would be notified by the special ed office that the report has arrived. If there are non-compliance, you'd be notified of that. There would probably be a corrective action plan that would either be put together by OSEP or the state, or in partnership with OSEP. And again, you would probably be given an opportunity, if there are non-compliance, to give any suggestions or advice to overcome those non-compliance areas. Now, none of this has happened yet. I'm just kind of giving you a heads up that OSEP is changing, and this function for many years rarely played itself out. The most recent is when OSEP looked at states' special ed fiscal process, and there were a number of states where they were found out of compliance, and advisory committees were brought into that process to provide suggestions. So any comments on function number 4? Okay. Number 5 is, and we've talked about this to some degree, but this function was to encourage states and committees to work together collaboratively. You have this coordination of services. And so in state government, there's usually a memorandum of understanding or interagency service agreement between different branches of state government. And again, I'll use the example of the Department of Education and the Department of Corrections. So there's probably some sort of an agreement between those two branches of government on how we're going to communicate with each other and work together for the betterment of children and youth with disabilities. So I gave the example about the Department of Corrections in the other state, and how those two branches of government came together, worked together to improve that system. So this whole function is about, again, that coordination of services, and like vocational rehabilitation and Department of Ed working together as children or students transition to post-secondary. So again, there will be times where the committee will be involved in those types of collaborations. Number 6 is found in a different part of IDA. And yeah, I just wanted to make sure I looked for this one in your bylaws, and I believe I did find it. Yeah, it's actually on page 2 of your bylaws in that section 2. But basically what this is when there is a a due process hearing in the state and it goes from beginning to findings and there's a report issued, then that report needs to be made public. And, you know, the advisory committee ultimately gets the findings, the decisions, the corrections. They're given that, by the way, and the public is given that after personally identifiable information is redacted. And so that goes in, and then the committee would look at that. You know, I believe, and I might be wrong, but this is my opinion, that this particular function was more for the bigger states. It's very, you know, if you get, I don't know how many due process hearings Virginia has in a typical year, but most states don't get, you know, their N number might be less than 10. But when you get into big states like California or Texas or Illinois, you know, then the N number goes way up. I remember when I was in a big state a number of years ago, and their dispute resolution person at the state level came in and reported there were about 40 due process hearings during a quarter. And when the person reported on that and reported on the issues that were coming out in their due process hearings, there were about 35% that were around a violation of extended school year services. So that really perked up the committee. And again, I was really proud of that committee because rather than, again, jumping to a conclusion that there was a systemic problem, they asked the state to gather other information that would capture extended school year, which they did. And one of the major pieces of data was around their monitoring. And it clearly indicated that there was an issue with ESY in that state. And so the committee recommended that the state put together guidance, they provide training. Again, that happened over a period of 8 or 9 months. They changed some policies and procedures. And because of those suggestions, things changed for the best as far as extended school year in that state. So again, this is a function under IDA, but again, if there's issues that come up as a result of due process, again, just know that this is one source of information. Now, a lot of states, when they report to a committee, they'll report, if you do IEP facilitation, that would be reported. They would report on mediation, complaint investigation, and due process. So they take the whole area of dispute resolution. And so by doing that, you're able to see more data and more trends around certain issues. So that's number 6. And then the final, and I'm not an expert on fiscal issues in special education, but this particular function is, again, it's sometimes missed. And when I looked at your bylaws, Christine and Hank, I didn't see this one in there. I don't know if it's in there and I missed it, but I did not see it personally. But it is a function. And I'll try to explain it to you in the simplest way I can. And again, don't hold me to be real accurate here, but in the law, in special education, fiscal issues, there's those two concepts of maintenance of effort and maintenance of fiscal effort. And both of those apply differently at the local level and the state level. But since this is a state requirement, you know, when it comes to a state has to maintain fiscal effort. So if they spend, let's say, $80 million on special education one year, then the next year they have to maintain that same level or increase the level of fiscal appropriations. But they cannot go below what they've appropriated during the past year. So if there ever is a time where a state cannot maintain a fiscal level, then usually OSEP is set up a system where they can apply for a waiver of the requirement. And if that waiver is granted, then the state would move forward. But there's always that assumption that if you reduce spending in special education, that is going to impact a free, appropriate public education. So then the advisory committee would be asked to be consulted and watch for evidence of that happening. And one evidence would be you might get a spike in due process or complaints or mediation requests, etc. Now, again, this has rarely happened, but it's in the law for a reason. And so if it were to happen, then yeah, the committee would be involved or at least made aware of it.
John, can I ask this clarifying question? We do have a reference in section 2 of our bylaws that we do review the procedures for distribution of funds under Part B of IDEA. In addition to that, we also receive the annual plans that are submitted by the state operated programs in Virginia School for the Deaf and Blind. Does that not meet the requirements?
Yes.
Or
yes, it does. And as you're talking here, Christine, I'm looking at that section 2 and making reference to what you're saying. So yeah, I personally, you might want to check with legal on it, but I think that would cover it. I really do. So that's good. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Of course.
Okay. Again, this is in your bylaws. If we had more time, but I really wish, or I would refer you now to, and Christine actually referred to it, but in section 2, page 2 of your bylaws, it lists 10 or 11 other possible duties or functions. And a lot of these, as you read through them, kind of duplicate the ones that I just went through. They kind of word them in a different way, but then they do add some others in there that are, I would say it goes above and beyond IDA requirements, but that's okay. I mean, you're okay to go above and beyond the federal, but you can't, not abide by federal requirements. So yeah, if you, I would encourage you to go through, I'm reading through these as I'm talking here. Number 8, review findings and decisions regarding due process hearing outcomes for children with disabilities. That directly relates back to the number 6 that I was talking about. Talks about unmet needs and a whole host of others. So provide input to the Virginia Department of Ed as it formulates and develops a comprehensive system of personnel development. Yeah, so, when you revise your bylaws, you might want to hone down some of these. A lot of these, again, that's mentioned in section 2 are already covered in the main ones that are listed in IDA. And these were the ones that I said were missing, but again, you've set me straight here, and you do cover both of these, the due process and the waiver requirements. So, okay, that was a lot as far as functions, but Any questions, comments, any clarification that we need to make on functions? Very critical for you new members. I sent you a handout, and on one side are the functions under IDA, and on the other side are the the membership requirements. So that would be a really good resource to again remind you of what your functions are. A best practice, and I think you do this, Christine, but on the agenda, some states will put their functions on the back side of the agenda, and that just reminds people of what your functions are. And then as far as your membership, and I think I remember you do this, if you were meeting physically, you would have a name tent, you would have your name on it, and under your name would be your stakeholder that you're representing. So people can look across the table and it would remind them of that. So, yeah.
Correct. In person, yes, we look completely different.
Right. So I know there's some technology. I don't know if Zoom is able to do this, but I know there's some other platforms. I'm not suggesting you change because I like Zoom, but some of these platforms have, like with me, you can see my name, and next to my name would be a title. I'm not sure if Zoom is, maybe Zoom can do that. So, okay, we have about a little over 20 minutes here, and I'm gonna skip through this section. I just talked about this to some degree, but this is all about your meetings and how to conduct your meetings. And again, most of this is best practice. It's obviously could be required under your open meeting laws or your bylaws, but always good to have a collaborative agenda development process. I noticed your agenda was sent out way in advance. Again, we talked about the functions. I believe, you meet at least 4 times a year and hold virtual meetings as appropriate. Well, and this was one of the biggest challenges for committees since March 19th, is just to regroup and to be able to meet virtually. A lot of bylaws, one of the first questions, my phone was ringing off the hook on, okay, can we actually meet virtually? Because it doesn't say in our bylaws that we can do that. So a lot of committees actually has added verbiage on meeting virtually. And we all know, I would always say, now go to your open meeting requirements, because all the open meeting requirements that I reviewed gave, options for virtual if there was some sort of a disaster and you could not meet face to face. But anyway, Christine, when you get to maybe doing a revision on bylaws, you might want to add some verbiage on when there's national disasters, pandemics, whatever it might be, that you're able to meet. Actually, and I'd like to get your comments on this, but a lot of states now they're actually enjoying this virtual option. And I've heard from a number of states that, when the pandemic is done away with, hopefully soon, that they might decide to meet virtually twice a year and maybe face-to-face twice a year. But the one advantage of meeting virtually, otherwise, Virginia is a big state geographically, and we would have all of you coming from your homes and you would be traveling to get to the meeting. I'm doing a presentation in Montana virtually next week. It literally takes a day and a half to get across the state of Montana if you're driving. So, in wintertime or when the weather is not good, But anyway, I'm getting the sense, and I might be wrong, that committees across the country seem to be getting, is it ideal? No. Am I suggesting that you meet virtually all the time after the pandemic? No. But it is certainly a good option. Christine, what is your sense about the virtual option, and are you adjusting okay to meeting virtually?
I think it has its advantages and disadvantages. You know, we don't have equitable internet access throughout the Commonwealth. So anybody that might want to join or attend virtually could experience that as a barrier. But in terms of for those that do have adequate internet and can participate, it's great. And it actually opens the door to meet more frequently, which is something that I know in Michigan, they began meeting virtually as a state committee more than 4 times a year. If I'm not mistaken, it's almost every month. So, those virtual meetings lend themselves to more opportunities to meet, but you have to always be mindful of those that don't have the virtual means to participate. So, there's good arguments on both sides.
Yes. Yeah, you brought up all the positive and negative, but yeah, certainly I think it's leveled the playing field somewhat and provided opportunities. When it comes to public comment, I know parents that have traveled across the state to offer up public comment where now that's not necessary. So, but yeah, in your bylaws, your committee may meet as often as necessary. So you've kind of left an opening there. I mean, but no less than quarterly, but certainly you can meet more often if you feel that's necessary. Again, I've talked about the bylaws and the COVID and other natural disasters. This was another issue, but I see it's been in fact, I've seen guidance out of your committee in regards to COVID-19 and advice and guidance that have been provided. So and you can see that across the country of different ways that committees have now provided advice. And again, I put this under the general category of an unmet need because it certainly has created unmet needs out there. And again, there's all kinds of platforms we can use. I think I've done a lot of executive committee trainings over the last couple of years. And so I've just worked with the executive committee, but there's, especially in a virtual environment, obviously there's all kinds of things that you need to consider and, making sure that you're involving people. I haven't been a very good example of that today, but, there's all kinds of options, as you know, as putting people in rooms. You can still do your committee work by using Zoom and putting people in rooms, etc. So quorum, in your case, it's a simple majority of membership of the committee may constitute a quorum. And so that's, again, important. I really like how you've defined quorum. And again, another thing, kind of a positive outgrowth of this virtual environment that we're, committees that used to struggle with quorum are no longer struggling with quorum because, again, the access. But the biggest challenge, like you said, Christine, is a lot of members without adequate internet connections, etc. So that becomes more of an equity issue. We talked about this. I'm skipping through a lot of this because we've talked about it. There's some states, I'm not necessarily suggesting, but they put together kind of a code of ethics that is included in their bylaws, and it's just and it's more values and beliefs. Again, open meeting requirements. We've talked a lot about that. And the purpose of open meeting laws. Robert's rules. Christine, in your tenure as the chair, have you ever had to invoke Robert's rules?
We use Robert's rules loosely. We do refer to them, you know, especially when we are when we have any actionable items. But you know, it's Bob's rules, I would say, for our committee.
I used to give a copy of Robert's rules to the chairperson in the state I was working. I think that's 783 pages long, and that used to scare them too much, so I don't do that anymore. So,
well, I provide a summary sheet of parliamentary procedures. That's just it's 2 pages of some of the more frequently used rules for meeting procedures, but I do keep a copy of Robert's rules on hand.
Yes, you never know. So it's all about consensus, and consensus is not a unanimous vote, a majority vote, a vote of any kind, or not 100% satisfaction. So, you know, most of our public meetings operate on a consensus kind of a model. So I need to go back. I skipped over something that I wanted to show you. So again, it's all about consensus, finding an acceptable proposal that all members can support. So again, you new members, you know, you might not get everything you wanted as far as whatever the issue was you were working on, but consensus means you get enough to publicly support it. So when you walk out of the room or you turn off your Zoom for the day after the meeting, again, you've gotten enough that you support it and you move forward. Again, agenda, and I looked at your agendas, look really, really good. Again, guests, if you're ever meeting again together, and I remember the last time there was a guest section, so you don't, your guests are not at the table. FERPA we've talked about, and so just important to keep that in mind. Compensation, you wouldn't have signed on if you, this is voluntary and being a good citizen. Again, interpreters, when you're publicly announcing meetings, you just need to always make sure that you ask that question of whether anybody needs special accommodations. And there's a lot more to that than just, you know, somebody that is hard of hearing or deaf. Public comment. Again, Christine, I'll ask you this. Have you, in my recollection, you don't have a lot of public comment, but you do at times. Has that created an issue as you've started to meet virtually, or are you finding more people coming on for public comment?
No, we're seeing about the same input from the public in the virtual platform as we saw in person. So it hasn't really presented any barriers. And, you know, we have guidelines for our public comment procedures that we had adopted a while back, and they follow very closely with the Board of Education's public comment guidelines. But we haven't seen an increase in the number of individuals who are making public comment utilizing email. But we encourage it.
Okay. And again, that's pretty par with most states I work with. There are some states that have quite a robust input from the public, but you know, I think the whole issue with public comment is just to make sure that you have a process in place. You don't allow people to filibuster your meeting, that there's a, you know, when they walk in, there's ground rules. One of the ground rules is you might have 3 minutes to talk. That you will be taking this under advisement. You can't comment on it at the time. And again, it's good to market your public comment that you want to hear the good things that are happening in Virginia as well. And there's nothing more refreshing than to get somebody to come on and give a compliment to a school district or a principal or whatever. But yeah, it's just important to have that structure in place. Any other comments as far as just meetings, conducting meetings, any challenges you're having, or any best practices, or anything that, Christine, you feel the new members especially need to know?
None. I think you've covered everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I will call upon Jill. Correct me if I'm wrong, or Marguerite, if you think that there's anything missing.
No, from my perspective, he covered everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Same here.
Okay, great. Again, new members, as you get into this, again, reach out to your executive committee if there's any issues or problems at all. As far as committee priorities, you know, a lot of this comes up and it's brought forth to you from the special education office. Christine, talk a little bit about, you know, how does an issue or a priority kind of bubble up to the point where it becomes a discussion item and ultimately advice and suggestions are provided?
So I'll go back to my earlier comment when it came to presentation. So a lot of what we receive, whether it's through the constituency reports, it's through public comment, or it's something that the department is bringing before the committee, we take that information, and if we start to find common themes, then oftentimes the subcommittees will make recommendations towards saying, well, we want to learn more about this, or we want to hear more about a specific topic, so that we know how we should weigh on some of the themes that we're seeing, to determine whether or not it is actually systemic, or is it more of a localized problem. So, you know, we rely a great deal on the work that takes place within the subcommittees, where they have a little more of an opportunity to dive deeper into their discussions as it pertains to them. So for instance, we have policy and regulations, we have student achievement, student outcomes, and then we have family engagement and community outreach. So they all have their focus, and within the scope of their subcommittee, they may tease out recommendations and ask to receive presentations on additional topics, or make recommendations on things we should include in the annual report.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Christine. Every state kind of does this a little differently. I mean, some states might, you know, they might have a special meeting that, or part of a regular meeting where they establish maybe 3 or 4 priorities for the year that they would work on. There's a process that you would go through to get to that. Obviously, major input from the state special ed office on what some of the issues might be, but also what you're hearing out there as individual committee members. The only thing other than what you've said, Christine, on this one is just be real careful not to take on too much. I think 3 or 4 major issues is plenty. I remember when I was a special ed teacher and I used to develop these IEPs with maybe 10 goals and 25 objectives. Those were not as efficient for a student as if I had 2 or 3 goals and maybe 4 objectives for each goal. So, you know, the more you take on, and again, you're meeting 4 times a year, that's not a lot. So just try to, as a committee, say to yourself, what are the most, you know, there's probably 100 different things you could work on. What are those more important ones that really need our attention and our advice and our guidance? So yeah, that whole discussion of priorities is a big one. I just wanted to, the only thing we didn't cover that I maybe would have, we would have had a little bit more discussion on your annual report. And again, I think you've done a really good job on your annual report. Again, if you are interested in seeing what other states are doing, I can certainly send those on to Christine and Hank if you're interested in that. But you know, after we do a training like this, you know, again, with my experience, there's usually some indicators that would point to whether your committee is truly doing an effective and an efficient job. So I just want to run through some of these and just think to yourself, are we doing this? Is this what we're doing? First of all, you have a close working relationship with the state director. You have a membership orientation. You approach your work as advisory, not advocacy. You're doing meaningful work. You have an annual meeting to set priorities. If you do set priorities, they're determined by data, not just opinion, but data and a variety of data sources. Right now, when I added, you're advising during COVID-19. You have an ongoing communication with the State Special Education Office. You have an effective executive committee and there's ongoing communication between the executive committee and the State Education Office. There's a Part C connection, and we discovered today for Arizona, that was that was a big deal for me. So you do have that connection. You have support from the special ed office, and you do. Hank is there and others to help you. You have established bylaws. You're meeting at least 4 to 6 times a year. You have a collaborative agenda building process. You're mindful again of confidentiality and FERPA issues. You're marketing yourself. Again, you need to sit back every once in a while and say, how many people in Virginia know we exist and have access to us? A user-friendly annual report, you certainly have that. And again, you're working on a lot of things that relate to results and accountability for children with disabilities. So personally, for what I know of you, and I think I have a pretty good understanding, you're doing a great majority of this. I compliment you for that. There's a African proverb that said, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And so, you know, coming back to the comments I made about the man who planted trees and seed folks, you know, certainly one person can make a difference, but when you put all of the expertise that we have on this call today, you know, the possibilities are limitless. I always like this quote from Leonardo da Vinci. He said, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. So don't make this too complicated. It's, you know, make it as simple as you can, make it pragmatic, and make it ultimately all about, children with disabilities. And, I always end in saying again, as we started, to keep the main thing. And for you, it's children and youth with disabilities here in the state of Virginia. All I know about you, you're doing great work. You have great leadership at the state special ed office and great support. You have a wonderful executive committee. And again, as you introduced yourself today, the sky's the limit. You're all just very thoughtful parents with children with disabilities, individuals with disabilities on this call today. You have so much to offer up. But I want to thank Christine and Jill and Margarita and Hank and others for having me here today. I hope I was able to offer up more clarification than confusion. And again, a lot of this that we talked about today was more validation on what you're already doing. And so just to continue to do that. So with that, Christine, I'll turn it back to you and we'll close her down for the day.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, John. This really was, it brought me back to 3 years ago, hearing this the first time, and how much I came away from that meeting feeling like, okay, we can do this, we can do this. And so we're the little train that could, or the little engine that could, and we're doing it. And I appreciate your compliments on the work of the committee, because it takes the entire committee to do this work. Everybody who is sitting on this committee comes with value and contributions that are so vital to the work that we are doing. And, don't ever underestimate the value of your role on this committee and how you can improve outcomes for students with disabilities. So this was fantastic, and I thank you so much for getting up at the crack of dawn and joining us, here on the East Coast. But I'll yield to anybody on the committee who, are there any questions? And this is those times when you're virtual and you can't see whether or not, if anybody has anything that they want to, that they'd like to contribute. But unless there is any further discussion, I will call this meeting adjourned until tomorrow, when we reconvene at 8:00.
Okay.
And I
Christine,
thank you.
are you saying that the meeting can be stopped at this point?
Yes, sir. I'm not hearing anything from the committee members.
All right, I'll leave it up for a little bit longer just in case something comes up, but I
Okay.
will terminate it here shortly.
Okay. Thanks, Hank. And thank you, John.
Thank you.